Hello everyone and welcome back to the Iesf European Regional Qualifiers. It's day number 2. We're getting ready to hop into even more crazy, insane action. Yesterday it was pretty hot, pretty spicy. And well, we're looking forward to seeing what today is going to be bringing in. In case you forgot, my name's DK, this is Neptura, and we are going to be taking you through all the action the teams are going to be bringing on board here today. Now, Nep, yesterday, pretty exciting, as I already mentioned. We did see one particular country getting back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners. And then, of course, aside from that, we had 5 other countries also claiming their share of those chickens. Is it 5? No, it's actually 4. I miscounted, but whatever.
Yep, that's 4.
A good distribution between those chickens. So I'm curious as to what is going to be happening today. Yesterday, we did see things getting pretty close, right? They're getting quite contentious as the team started ramping up those performances, especially when we hit that halfway mark. But now, technically yesterday, also at the end of the day, we hit yet another halfway mark. So today we are getting ready to push even further and even harder.
We are indeed. I'm very excited to get into this, honestly, because yesterday was such a cool day. We had 6 games of high-tier action, which you're right? I mean, Romania, yes, they did have that back-to-back win, but everybody else got their chance to win as well. I mean, Germany coming from basically almost last place, to be honest, let's be real here, in the last game to win the whole thing and come way further up in those leaderboards in the last game was really, really nice. I'm hoping to see something from them coming into today, but I want to see lots more from other teams. Wales was a big talking point for us yesterday, DK. Greece as well. I want to see more from them. We saw a little bit, but I feel like they have more to offer.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what the teams will be bringing in, because they've now had a bit of an opportunity, as you said yesterday at the end of the broadcast, to reassess the whole situation, to kind of figure out, you know, where they are, where they stand, and what they want to do moving forward. So today we got to stick with these groups, right? We are still going to have the same group rotation as we had yesterday, but now I want to see that confidence come through, right? I want to see the teams really putting everything to practice from what they've learned and assessed based on yesterday's performances. So I'm expecting quite a bit of a step up with regards to how these teams could be looking to play that through. But I mean, we've essentially seen chickens from every group come through yesterday, right? So we know Latvia got a glorious chicken dinner over there as well, right? They got those 2, so it technically counts as 2 for Group A. In Group B, we did see, as we've already mentioned, Moldova and Lithuania get those get their hands rather on those chicken dinners. And then, of course, in Group C, we had, well, Greece and, well, not Greece, Germany and Romania getting the plays in there as well. I guess I missed something. Oh, no, I did say Latvia. Latvia got 1, though. They didn't get 2.
Yes.
Again,
they started the day.
Numbers, what are they today? Not quite sure. But whatever, it is what it is, and today's the opportunity for the teams to, of course, change that up as we progress forward.
It is indeed. There's a few teams we want to see more from, a few teams we want to continue to see the same sort of thing from as well. You know, you mentioned Latvia. They won the very first game yesterday, but after that, it was kind of just okay. They didn't have too much either way. Yes, they stayed around, able to kind of get that top 5, get that top 3 at the end of the day, right? In that leaderboard, they were still holding on to those top spots. But was it enough? No, not coming into today, because now all these teams are going to be looking a little bit stronger after that first day. All the first day shakes are gone. It's time to really get down to business. And over on to those maps, we are going to be going over to Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Sanhok again today. A double Sanhok for our squads. All 6 games going to be 2 of each map, which I personally love. It is the last day we're going to be seeing this, and it really gives these teams that maybe aren't doing so much a chance to really succeed and change the game around in the second day.
Yep, that's what day 2 is for, right? To try and rectify everything that you might have missed on day 1st, right? So day last, here we are, and of course, there we saw our map rotation exactly the same as yesterday. And of course, if you're curious how these teams are going to climb up those leaderboards, it's by using our tried and tested point structure, right? The team's very familiar with this point structure. They've been playing on this point structure actually for quite a while, right? So it's always good to see teams when they get a little bit comfortable with what the points, with how the points are kind of dealt out to them. Just the kind of strategies that they look to implement alongside that. Of course, yesterday we did see quite a few 20 plus bombs getting dropped in as well. So the team's really capitalizing on that opportunity as much as they possibly can. And today I want to see how far they are going to be looking to push it, right? Are we going to maybe, hopefully, see a 30 bomb getting brought in along the way? Of course, only one way to find out, right? Yesterday, we also did see quite a bit of support coming through for the side of Albania over in the chat, right? Even today, you can see Alessio's name getting called in the chat, the flags flying all over the place. So we love to see that for our teams and the countries being represented right here. Of course, we also have Azerbaijan in here with all their magnificent players. Hardman, we got Paul, we got Keystone. Keystone actually played a few interesting plays yesterday. I mean, Paul also, you know, making some interesting moves, and then Hardman with that self-nade. Why?
Very true. Very true. I mean, it happens, right? It happens. Czech Republic as well, been a squad that we've seen a little bit from. Again, for me personally, I want to see more from them. They had some really cool rotations. They like to stay out of the way for most of the game, which I can appreciate. But I want to see them actually follow through towards the end game and actually be able to rack up those points, able to maybe even get that win if possible. So I'd like to see a little bit more from them as we head over to the roster for Hungary. Hungary needs to step up, DK. We saw some things, but not enough of the things, and they're kind of low down on those leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, well, as you saw yesterday, you mentioned Germany doing that gracious jump up from where they were in match number 5 to where they ended in match number 6. We can hope, we know that there is that opportunity for the teams to do and play these kinds of moves and maneuvers. So I'm expecting to see quite a bit of contention coming in with regards to that. And of course, Latvia is going to be one of those crowd favorites as well, because yesterday they played a phenomenal few matches. So we want to see that consistency carrying on with, of course, a few additional squads ramping up those plays as well. And I want to see who's going to be looking to challenge Latvia, right? Because, I mean, they got that first chicken, as we saw over on Erangel yesterday. Are they going to be repeat offenders, or could we maybe have Portugal looking to contest them for that?
I mean, Portugal really stepped up in the last few matches. They were ones that seemed to get stronger and stronger as the day went on. Does that mean that now they're going to be stronger coming into day 2, or is that a little bit of a reset? Is that extra, that overnight time, that space away from the competition mean that they have to reset and they're going to be back to that? I don't know. Serbia, another team that we expect a lot from. There's some really good, experienced players on this roster. We did see a lot of aggression coming from them in the late stage of day number 1. I need to see more, because in that last game, I believe it was the last game, they didn't do all that well, and that actually dropped them down in quite a few places.
Yeah, I was over in the lovely desert. Of course, Croatia, they actually also played quite well, as we saw going through yesterday. Not necessarily scoring the exact amount of points that they would have wanted to, but as we've said already, right? Today's that final opportunity to make up for that. So let's see whether or not Croatia is going to hit the ground running. And then, of course, you know, the non-biased country here for you is going to be France. I'm curious as to what their performance will be, right? Because previous season, they placed quite high in the qualifiers, right? This time around, I mean, they're not doing a bad job, but they're not doing the same kind of, they're not showing exactly that same kind of performance as we've seen from them previously. So I'm curious as to what they'll be bringing to the table.
Yeah, I am as well. I'm hoping to see a little bit more from them today. I mean, again, you know, it's not that far to get, it's not that hard, I guess, to get into the finals, so maybe they're saving everything for the finals, I don't know. Georgia, another one of those teams that worked really hard and did actually quite well, another team that gets a lot of support in chat, so want to see more from them today. Lithuania, I mean, need we say more? Lithuania, man, they came back time and time again, some really, really good games, some really good placements, and they got a win in game number 5, so they are looking very good for today.
Yeah, I'm curious as to how they are going to be looking to perform on the other maps. They're also one of the teams that score a glorious chicken on Erangel, so match number 1 up for grabs if they are going to be there. And of course, the answer to that is yes, because they are in Group B. So we are yet to see what will come through. Of course, Moldova also getting their hands on one of those glorious winner chicken dinners. They did so over in the jungle, right? Over on Sanhok, a map that we've spoken about numerous times, saying that it's a map with a glorious opportunity for teams to make up those much needed points. So let's see if they can continue to push. Let's see if they can bring those players in. And also, let's see if Poland can really dial it up, right? Just really stick it to the competition moving through today's matches.
Yeah, again, I mean, I'm just gonna say the same thing over and over again. This is a team we want to see more from. There was a little something occasionally, but I would like to see them do a little bit more, maybe a little bit more aggression, a little bit more confidence. Wales, I see you, I hear you, I believe in you. Can you do something? It was really good the first 2 games. They had unfortunate ends, but at the same time, I could see that there was some workings going on there. And then at the end of the day, it kind of just all fell apart. They kind of just did not a whole lot of anything. And maybe today is the reset they need. I hope so. We need to see Wales in this competition a little bit longer. Belarus, another team that fell down in the second half of the day, DK. They were looking really well in their first 2 games, and then they kind of just did nothing.
Really? I wouldn't say that. They played Pubg, didn't they?
That's true. I mean, you got me there. That's fair.
I mean, Belarus, like even in the last match yesterday, right? Not a bad performance. They got those 7 points on board as well. And
that is true. That's true.
of course, the team that had a phenomenal end to the day was Germany, right? Tokyo and the rest of the crew here did an outstanding job. So I want to see those follow-throughs, want to see those improvements, want to see the ramp up coming through as the teams are going to be hopping into this. And of course, as we know, Germany also no strangers to the competition here. Greece, on the other hand, it's the first time that we see them participating in the European qualifiers, right? So there's a lot of opportunity here for them. Yesterday also, I would say they had a few good stints, right? A few matches actually going quite well for them. A few others, not so much, but the nice part is, of course, there's opportunity to try and rectify and fix everything along the way. Montenegro, though, one of our slightly more aggressive teams that we saw coming through yesterday.
They are indeed. I want to see more. I always do. But yeah, I think Rogo in particular had some really cool plays that he was making towards the end of the day. I want to see a little bit more from them, a little bit more from Rogo. If they can kind of just combine what they had with what they need to have, which obviously it makes sense, right? But yeah, I think they could do some really cool stuff with that. Netherlands as well, another team. We saw them take out Germany in game number 5. They took them out pretty decisively. But correct me if I'm wrong, I think they went out very early on in game 6. But this is a team that has a very passive play style, and towards the end of the day, we saw them adjust that a little bit and do better. So it was a really nice thing from them. But yeah, I mean, DK, Romania.
Yeah, here they are. 2 chickens under their belt. What more do we need to say? They had a phenomenal day yesterday. They ended the day, of course, with nearly a double the points of the team trailing behind them. So it's going to be an interesting day to see if we're going to have a serious case of catch-up. Of course, speaking about catch-up, Spain, they also really started ramping up those plays as we pushed into the later bits of the day. We did see Puppy and the rest of the team bringing in the heat, right? Trying to see what they can find and just where they can take this. Now, today, I want to see where it's all going to go. And, of course, before we hop into any of the action, we have to take a look and just remind ourselves as to where these teams ended up after the last match, which was yesterday. And so we'll get into that momentarily. Here we are, right? Spain, in case you forgot.
Hey, there we go.
As we take a look, we have it right here, right? So Romania coming through with 62 points. Latvia coming through with 37. So yesterday I said if you squint your eyes a little bit, you could imagine that 7 being a 1 and then it's exactly double. But
sure,
I mean, it's still close enough to that. But we do see quite a bit of contention from that second down, even to, I would say, 9th place, right? Not a lot of points re-separating these teams. And all of that can quite easily change, especially this first page, could considerably change in one single match. And it's going to take a lot of determination coming through from Latvia or Moldova if they want to try and contest for pole position. Same, of course, can be said there for Lithuania and Montenegro, as we saw them each sitting with 35 plus points on board. So there's going to be a lot of pressure, and I'm excited to see how the teams are going to look to cope with that.
Yeah, with the points so close, it's really hard to tell which way this is really going to go, right? It could go either way, and the way the teams that were playing yesterday, everybody had their chance, everybody was having their little bit of a down moment, everybody had their low games, their high games. I really, really feel like if they just continue that, and then we're going to have a very even sort of fight at the end of the last two games. There we go. Last two games. We're going to see a lot of things happening because tonight ends the qualifier stage, or the group stage, right? So this is where we're going to have our top 16, and as you get closer and closer and closer, especially with the group rotations, it's going to look very, very, just very tight, I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, so I would definitely say that at least from 5th place up, they kind of comfortable, right? As comfortable, I guess, as you can be while having the pressure of staying ahead and pushing through all these games. So let's see what these teams are going to be looking to do right here. But now we are going to make that play, right? That final push through to see what that second page has for us, right? Because as we know, these teams here, they are going to continue with the same kind of consistency, I would expect, moving into today. Into the matches available for today. But I think it's on the second page where we can really get a good look as to how close these teams really are to each other, right? Because that is where the pressure is, right? So Portugal, Albania, those two are essentially the gatekeepers, right? Tied with France, of course. They are the deciders as to who will be allowed past them and who won't. So it's going to be up to Hungary, Croatia, and Wales really to ramp up those plays if they want to not only contest France and Albania and Portugal, but also if they want to go beyond that, right? Because going from that position where we see Poland in to 11th place, also not that big of a gap, right? There is still quite a bit of an opportunity for those teams to play through, right? To Poland, to Georgia in 11th, 1 point difference, only one single point, right? So if we see Wales, Croatia, Hungary, France, Albania, Portugal, any of those teams sitting towards the lower end of the standings really come in quite aggressively at the start of the day and try to keep that consistency going, we're going to have an entirely different leaderboard come end of day.
We are indeed, and I can't wait for it. We got some cool games heading up for ourselves here. We're going to be getting into game number 1 very, very shortly. The question is Latvia going to be able to do it again? Are some of these teams who are really, really good in that first game of the day able to repeat it? That's what I want to see here. We are going with Group A versus B for Erangel for the first match of the day, so we could see some cool stuff from Azerbaijan. They were looking really good at the start and kind of throughout the day. Actually, they were one of the more consistent teams, I feel like. Portugal could do something. Latvia obviously could do something. France needs to do something. But still, Lithuania, Moldova, all of them. All of the teams in Group A and B, I feel like, have a really, really good shot based on how they were playing yesterday to doing something again today.
Well, I think a good story would be Wales, right? Just going like from where they are currently sat with those 3 points and then just adding a few digits to that.
Would be nice.
In game, let's say game 1 and game 2, because those are the first 2 matches that they are going to be playing. So I'm looking forward to the pacing, looking forward to what the teams are going to be bringing in. And of course, if it's down to what Chad has to say, it's going to be Latvia taking a nice bit of a dominant play here, because we just see Latvian flags all over the place, right? But we were talking about Latvia taking that first Erangel, but of course, as we know, Lithuania, they took the other Erangel role. So I want to see, will there be a bit of competition between them? Are we going to have even more hot drops coming in here today? Because that was also kind of the flavor of the matches that we witnessed. So it's all going to come down to where these teams take us, and not a bad flight path to start us off with.
No, it's not bad at all. At first I thought, oh my goodness, it's so south, but actually it goes up quite a bit more than I thought it did. They should be good to go on that front. But everybody's kind of being a little bit slow to come through. I suppose that's what happens when the flight path moves over the Millie base first. Not many teams go there. It's not a whole lot of room for them. But we'll see. I mean, like you mentioned a minute ago, right? That a lot of the teams have been hot dropping. Will we see that again? Milta was a favorite. Didn't see too much from Pachinki, but definitely in Georgopol. I believe in Rozhok as well. We might see something happen there. So let's go ahead and check. I believe, speaking of Czech, that Czech go down to Primorsk. So they should be okay there. No one really goes to Primorsk. Very, very, very rarely do you see a hot drop in Primorsk, which is interesting. I feel like, I suppose because it's kind of hard to exit, you don't have that much room to really get out if something goes wrong. So I could see that being the case, but Latvia is going to be fairly close by, I feel like, over by Quarry. That's going to be huge for them, especially with this zone. DK, first of all, seems like we have a big hot drop over by Georgopol. There's a lot of teams in that area. Secondly, Latvia. If they go over to the Quarry and spread out over the hills towards the north side, which generally is the split for that kind of zone, or that kind of drop rather, they are having a huge advantage in this zone.
Yeah, they definitely will have quite a bit of an advantage should they play the zone strategically. But I think aside from the teams that we have within the zone, I'm going to be focusing on those outliers, right? The teams that we see over on towards the outside of zone just in general. Because moving into zone itself, there's already quite a considerable portion of that zone that has been reduced, right? Because, well, it's in the water. So there's only so much that one can do when moving into that water plane. And, well, the teams will have to strategically and dynamically maneuver their way through those obstacles. But for now, it is going to be looting phase. Seems like France didn't really get that memo. They are going straight at Hungary here. Just locking in on the aggression. Of course, we like to see that when the teams really start to step up the ante. But now, will they be able to keep that consistency going? And that is what I think is going to be the big key here.
That's what they need. A good game here, a good fight at the beginning of day 2, game 1. A great game 1 of day 2 in general would be really nice for them, and it all starts with that first fight. If they kind of crumble there, then it's kind of game over, obviously, but they really need a strong win here if they do choose to take this fight in order to set the stage for the rest of the game. And Ghosty, okay, Tree, okay. See me in my office, honestly. What was that? I'm gonna be brutal here, Tree. Hate to do that to you, but he was way out in the open, and that just did not work with the UMP, but oh well. Ghosty gonna be able to bandage on up, and now they know he's there, and he's kind of getting surrounded very, very quickly. He's on his own. Tree! You survived yesterday. Why can't you survive today?
Because different day, right?
Because
things
different
change.
Day. Yeah, you're right.
Yes. Yeah, things change, and that's kind of just the way the cookie crumbles. But we are going to be hearing a few shots here, as it's now going to be Albania looking to wrap up what they have available to them. Tree needs to branch out, right?
Whee!
Needs to leave, needs to find a way to get out of this pressure situation, because the rest of the team, they are now starting to roll on up, but I feel it's almost a little bit slow reaction here, which is quite surprising coming through from the French team. But let's see what their response will be. Are they going to be able to keep Albania at bay? And that is going to be the big question, as now Albania starts to send it up. You see Mano looking to try and get a little bit more of an elevated position. Ghosty also trying to do their things, almost having a bit of an angle over on towards Tree there.
Yeah, this has put France in a position they did not want to be in. They were trying to get Tree, but now they've just ended up in a 4v4 fight. I think Albania realized this, and they're trying to move away, which would be the smart play here. There's no need to get into this kind of fight this early. I'm not saying don't get into a fight at all this early, but in these buildings it's particularly hard. It's very, very easy to get stagnated, to kind of just camp it instead of be able to move around as freely as you might want to. Tree is still on these front lines, and Albania said, never mind, we want this fight. One does go down. Nice little shot with the shotgun coming in there. He's just holding that door. And the rest of the team really need to come to his aid here. There we go, Tree taking down Style. That's going to be 2 down for Albania, and make it a 3rd. And done!
Ooh.
Full squad wipe. Narvala with 3. Tree with 2 now. What could have been a problematic fight turns into a 5 elimination win for France. Big GG's going their way.
All I want to know is, where was this France team yesterday?
Literally.
Where were they
Wales!
yesterday? I mean, that's the kind of gameplay that we want to see. Wales, the
Barbie boy. No.
gets taken right on down as Portugal comes through with a quick little bit of a precision right there. And already, Portugal sitting with 3 eliminations up. Fortunately for Wales, they still have a player in the match, right? They still have a bit of a chance, still have a bit of an opportunity to try and lock in as much as they can. It is going to be quite difficult now for Wales to secure good placement points because, well, there's still 13 teams in total left. So we're going to have to see the best possible game of hide and seek that we've seen so far in this competition.
We are indeed. I will say, though, one thing for Wales is that this zone actually has a lot of nooks and crannies, a lot of teeny tiny little tiny compounds no one bothers to even look at. So there is a lot of survivability in this zone for a solo if he really wants to. He could make it work at least to the top 6 or so. So let's see how he does. Hopefully he's able to survive a little bit longer than this, and that would be at least a few placement points. That's what they need, right? 3 points on the board overall yesterday. Just getting 2 points, 2 placement points, is going to be plenty for them to start off the day. So hopefully they can do a little bit of that. And certainly the entire north side of the zone is completely open. Everybody is thinking that the zone is going to go down to the south, down towards Primor. So Gaka, Hospital, Ruins, Pachinki, and everywhere in between is completely empty here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not too bad though. So it does open up the opportunities for those northern teams to find a good position to get themselves situated. But I want to see whether or not that zone is going to center up in towards Quarry itself, right? Because if it does, those hills, they're going to be prime real estate. And we already see quite a few teams, I think, anticipating a shift in that general direction. Because aside from Azerbaijan that we have here, we have Latvia, we've got Hungary, we saw the players there from Czech. Georgia's also in the vicinity, so there's quite a bit of pressure starting to build here, but it's all going to come down to what this final zone shift is going to bring, taking us into that phase number 2.
Is indeed. Oh, we do have something spicing up here. Again, Latvia versus Czech. We saw this possibly coming to a head when they first landed. We saw them be pretty close to each other. Lithuania over in the distance. Some nice sprays coming in from Keep, just to keep them at bay there, but still, they've got bigger problems closer to home to think about, or maybe not, because Azerbaijan now coming into play. Third parties left and right here. Latvia need to be very careful because actually Czech are taking really good advantage of this. They're seeing these knocks come through, not by their own team, by their own players, but they're making it work anyway. They're pushing forward, trying to keep that pressure on, but it looks like maybe the call has been to retreat. It's not really a perfect situation, and honestly, I feel like those third parties have actually kind of scared Czech away because they're like, well, even if we get rid of Latvia here, what are we going to do with these other few teams that are all around us? I know, let's go push them instead. Lithuania, a much better choice to play for.
Ooh, beautiful hit though coming through here from Nick. First one down, second one down, going for a full bag of tricks.
Hang on.
Let's see whether or not silence is going to be picked up along the way as well. And I mean, this is now Czech just doing some phenomenal work here.
Latvia.
Just finding hit after hit. Yep, they definitely going to try and steal a few plays along the way. Silence is going to go for a slightly more distant approach here, putting a lot of distance in between themselves and that onslaught that we saw come through here from Czech. Georgia, in the meanwhile, also going to have a bit of an altercation there with Serbia, as the teams are really starting to bump heads. Poland, they're going to have quite a bit of company rolling up onto them pretty soon, as we can see off in the distance, even more players now approaching.
Yes, indeed. A highly contested area on a good day, let alone out in the blue, and the only position left to get into that new zone, right? So Poland might have a little bit of work to do. Still, we'll see, though. But out in the blue, it's not looking good. France taking a long time to move up. I'm not sure this is really the play, but it's still stage 1. It's not too bad just yet. Hopefully, they'll be able to make things work. Poland seems to not want really anything to do with France at the moment, and it looks like that's going to be a disengage, a res on France's side, and a mutual disengage is the best for all parties.
And as we saw yesterday, too much blue juice, as exciting as it might feel, it's best to avoid, right? Get your butt in zone, play for longevity, because once we get to that stage number 3 and onwards, the damage in the blue is really going to start ramping up. I mean, we've only lost 1 team so far, so we definitely don't want to have those 4 teams that we can see who are flashing. Those are the blue zone teams, or countries rather. We want to get them back in. Speaking about back in, Hartman,
wow,
again getting hit with the utilities, this time at the hand of Silence, as the shots and the hits get delivered right into their face. But now, this is that opportunity for Latvia to really try and see if they can apply that pressure to move in onto Lithuania here. Oh, Azerbaijan, sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say. Azerbaijan have a good position in zone. The problem with this, right, is like, yes, it's a fine position. It's fine. How do you get out of this, though? The zone's not going to be with you forever. Latvia have a far better, or did before they moved in, have a far better position up on that hillside because they can just move in, move out, do what they want. It's a lot more adjustable, a lot more expandable. But I do understand that Latvia are just trying to clear this side completely so they have full control. That's fine. Good to go. Keep is going to go down here. They're going to be able to get this res fairly quickly. I don't think that's really nateable from Azerbaijan's kind of angle going on here, but Latvia do not feel as put together as they did yesterday. It feels a little bit fractured. Their angles onto each other, their cover of each other just feels like something's missing a little bit. I can just feel, my sort of synergy senses are tingling at the minute, and it just feels a little weak right now. So maybe Azerbaijan will pick up on that as well, or maybe Latvia will carry themselves through this. But that's a third party. That's a third party from Poland. And that means that that's not going to go well for Latvia. They are now stuck in between 2 teams, both with better positions than them. Latvia, it's not a mess up on their part. I think it's just taken a little too long. I think this was the wrong decision maybe to make this push at all. Yeah.
I mean, it made sense at the beginning, but as you said, the speed of execution wasn't exactly what it needed to be, and as a result, Poland now applying even more pressure onto the point here. So, yeah, Azerbaijan, Latvia, they got to figure out how they're going to get themselves out of this sticky situation. But I like this play coming through from Poland, though. I mean, we got Matic holding up on the hill, but look at this, though, right? The other 2 players have decided to go for a little bit of that off-angle approach, right? To see straight through these containers. And of course, we also did see Wales meeting their unfortunate end there as they player fell off of a height, right? Those pesky heights. You gotta wear the safety gear, right? It gets quite slippery, apparently.
Yeah.
Latvia, they are gonna be the next team to make their way into the lobby as we are now down to our final 10. And, well, Poland, though, I like what they're doing. They're looking good, right? Sitting with those 3 points on board. Actually sitting right up there in the high scorers so far for this match.
Honestly, this is a hugely different Poland to what we saw yesterday, right? Remember, certainly in those first few games, you were talking about how sneaky they were. They just seemed to appear in the top 3 every single time. We hadn't seen them all game, and all of a sudden, there they were, probably just a solo, but still top 3. Now, we're seeing a full squad making moves, making noise, doing it well, actually, knowing when to go, knowing when to not. They do lose Ked on rotation, but honestly, that's just kind of the name of this sort of zone. Very easily done, so I'm not going to really put that against them necessarily. They're going to make a big play down towards Czech to the south side. Is that going to go well for them? I don't know. It kind of looks like it's falling apart a little bit, but I commend the effort to be a little bit more aggressive.
Konsuku, nice.
Well played.
Over the top there, gets the play in. And that now puts quite a bit of a dent into the side of Czech. So Poland, I like this new breath that they found since yesterday. It's looking pretty good on them. Let's see if they can keep that pacing going. Now, of course, is going to be Nick trying to bring Yen back into contention here. Czech having a few increased numbers, right? Essentially doubling the numbers of capable players they have. There we go. Croatia now going to start hammering away, looking for a sneaky opportunity to pick up those eliminations. And I think for Croatia, this is actually not a bad spot to be in, right? We've got them all the way towards that southern side of the zone. Again, now quite a bit of vacancy up towards the north, but the pressure is riding here. And Poland playing a very similar tactic to what we saw yesterday, right? That strategic rotation, right? Sneaking their way in and placing themselves in a very good spot. In the meanwhile, Azerbaijan now caught in between a few difficult angles here, as we've got, well, Georgia on the one side and even more pressure coming in from that western side as well.
Okay, I like what Hungary are doing here. They're keeping off to the edge side. They see who they need to see, where they need to see. They're keeping aware. 1 point on the board so far. They're still up as 3. It could go well for them, but they just need to make sure that they time this right? Because you do have 2 teams up ahead of them that are fighting it out, but right now is not the right timing. I need them to pay a little bit more attention to what's going on in front of them. Try and see if they can get a really good third-party timing going on, because that is where they're going to start building that momentum.
Yeah, and momentum is going to be key, especially moving into these next few stages, right? Stage 5 about to hit. There's about, 40 seconds and a bit of change left on the clock. And so this is where I think Poland needs to make a slightly more decisive move, because they do find themselves a little bit more separated, a little bit further away from the edge of zone. And I think there's a golden opportunity for them to even just rotate towards that eastern side, right? Big open area that they have to work with, and it does seem like that is potentially where they're going to be heading right now. I think if Poland does look to pull a move like that, I mean, there's several compounds along the way that they can look to get themselves situated in, as we can of course see now up on the map. Just look over towards that eastern side, right? Great positions there. Of course, you got to watch out a little bit for Moldova that we have up on that slightly elevated position. But again, if they can even get up onto that ridge, based on what the zone is now, it might be quite a favorable spot. And yeah, well, it holds true moving into the next phase.
Oof, it sure does. I mean, where do you go from here if you're on the north side, right? If you're France, if you're Serbia, if you're any of them up onto the north side, honestly. I mean, Georgia here, they have a nice little sneaky angle. They just need to get rid of Azerbaijan, and at the moment, they do have that angle. So both Hungary and everybody on this side should really be able to do some work. Or maybe not. Kendo going to be going down there. Hardman doing, or it wasn't Hardman. Who was that? It was someone else on the other side doing a little bit of a third party. That's what's so difficult about this side of the zone, right? It's so open, and if you're not careful, if you're not exactly where basically Khan is right now, you are going to get spotted.
Yep, that is an unfortunate position that these teams might find themselves in. But I think for Georgia, if they try and push this forward towards the zone, right, there is a good angle that they could hold up onto that ridge. We do see France also now just taking the plunge. And it does seem like the Czech, they chose violence, right? They were like, you know what? It's fine. We're gonna just stay here. Poland, I was surely hoping that they would look to maybe rotate a little bit wider, right, to play for that longevity. But you know, they got the scent, and now they are right there in the hotness of it all, trying to see if they can secure themselves a few additional points. But looking at what we've got for Croatia here, right, they need points. They've not found any so far. Looking at Czech, yes, they've got those 2 points on board. Poland, they've been able to secure 4. So, especially for Croatia, they need to be very careful with how they take those engagements on towards the southern side. I mean, of course, over on towards Hungary, they've got 2 players at 1 point. And we are still a little bit of a way away from hitting those placement point territory.
Well, France did lose one on that rotation coming on in, but I believe they are now inside zone, so they have made it work, except Narvalo now is going to be going on down as well, so as soon as I say that, I curse France. Sorry about that. We're going to move on over to Azerbaijan. Khan, well, I mean, they have held out for as long as they possibly can. But honestly, they're getting sandwiched more and more here, and that's going to be a little bit of an issue for them because both of these teams know exactly where he is. He's in the middle of these vehicles. They just can't seem to get this little angle onto them. And it's going to be hard. So he's really just got to play that waiting game and hope that they don't have the utilities. And honestly, on Hungary's side at least, it doesn't seem like they do. They've got one Molotov on the side of Grills. I don't know what back 7 has. But either way, they're not using them. Oh my goodness, they're right next to each other. He does have the utility. He sees them right there. What? I think they're just... Oh, Khan's seen him. That switch around right there. He's seen it. He hears that loot being taken. He sees the Tootsies. But he has to be careful because Georgia right behind him. Oh.
Where's the... Oh, no utility to use. How unfortunate here for Khan. They just got to practice a little bit of that self-control. Is like, I can almost hear the argument going on in the heads. Like, get up. No. Get up. No. Not yet. You know, we're just going to ride the storm a little while longer. And I mean, talk about playing with fire. This is exactly what we see happening over on towards the outskirts of zone. But at some point, Azerbaijan, Hungary, and of course, the players coming through from Georgia, they will have to make that decisive play. They have to get up and move forward in towards zone. In the meanwhile, it does seem like Poland have eventually decided to rather just get out of this uncomfortable situation, right? They've made a play for that more eastern side. Gun, yeah, did all they could, and that was it. Hungary is going to be claiming those plays. At least we did see a few of those shots then coming over on towards back, but Croatia... still keeping up the defenses. They do have a nice position just barely within that zone, but now the pressure is going to be on here for Grills. Oh, I was about to say, can they find the play across the way onto the solo here for Georgia? But as we know, the answer is no, unfortunately not. Now, pressure's on. 7 teams remain, and there's still quite a bit of territory to fight for here.
There is indeed, but I'm seeing one team that is really looking very, very good here. We'll get to them in a little bit, because we're looking out to the south side. And the south side, again, is looking very busy. I mean, who have we got here? We got Croatia, we got Czech. They have been down here for the longest time, and that's fair, that's fine. That nade is looking very good, does tickle a little bit of that damage off of Yen. But Croatia, I mean, we talked about them. You talked about them a minute ago, right? Croatia and Serbia need points. Now, Croatia been able to actually get 1 point there. There's a little bit of a third-party angle. But they need to get rid of Czech. Either of these teams need to get rid of the other if they want to move forward. And even then, the fight is not over because you do have teams to the north side now basically just looking at you, right? We're getting to the point where there's only one full squad. That's going to be Moldova. Yeah. The rest of them, yeah, you got a trio here and there, but most of them are just small teams, duos or solos, moving through. And they are kind of all just looking at you. So you got to be careful on that south side.
I wouldn't be too phased, though. I wouldn't be too stressed about it, because looking at the map that we've got for that southern side, right, once that kind of contention is resolved, whoever survives has the opportunity to very comfortably move up, right? Because up north here, everybody else is distracted. Everybody else is going at each other. They're going for a little bit of that heated altercation, and now it does seem like Croatia might look to have ended that play over onto the side of Czech, and they did. But now comes the decisive move, right? Ideally, I think just moving up just across the road would be a good position for them, seeing that the zone has shifted in that direction as well. And I think Poland, at least to some extent, is going to be distracted by the shots up on the plateau, right? So there is an opportunity for Croatia now to move in. Or they could look to try and do what they're doing right now and maybe, you know, find a few cheeky sprays along the way. And meanwhile, looking at Moldova, beautiful setup. Nice wide spread, right? They've got all 4 players with nice coverage on each other. And they actually have quite a bit of a position, a bit of control up into the zone.
Kick. Beautiful nade over onto Koa there. Moldova able to pick up another knock. Could be their 5th point on the board. And it looks like Serbia might just be having a little bit of a problem now because, yeah, Kik has found them. Kik knows that they're there. Moldova is aware of their presence that little bit more. Tree, on the other hand, the last surviving member for France, is once again a solo, just chilling in the zone, unseen, for now at least. So 6 eliminations on the board for France so far. It's a really, really good game to start the day off. This is exactly what we wanted to see from them. Yeah, sure, maybe we could have seen them, you know, be more than a solo, but we'll take it. We will take it. It's fine.
Well, so far, an interesting approach coming through from Croatia as they push up from that southern side. I like the fact that they sent Bozanak out onto the front line to kind of keep a little bit of overwatch while the rest of the team then rotated up. Also, pretty good coverage from the 2 players that just moved up, right? Marin and Ko, as they covered their own. Ooh, but you can't say the same here for Tree as well. Solos can only cover themselves so much. And it is going to be Moldova still rocking that full squad as they've now secured their 9th elimination. I mean, last is just lost in elims, right? Already sitting on 5. So it is looking very, very comfortable right over there. But the pressure is on. And let's see now who is going to be the one to clutch it out. I think Moldova, Georgia, they might maybe look to get a little bit aggressive here onto each other, but this is a golden chance now for Croatia, looking to capitalize on that as Moldova does exactly what I thought they would. They start to strike, and it is going to be at the expense of Georgia. Georgia down to a solo. Not quite sure if they are going to be able to survive this push coming through. As you can see, just keeping a very tight angle. It's going to be Watch Me trying to bring Kik back into contention here. There's going to be utilities and coverage, everything they can find in between.
Dude, that's a crazy, crazy nade coming through there. Kik is gone. Watch Me is down. Putin knows better now than to try and res his teammate right there, right? Because you never know what nades are being cooked up. And exactly as I say that, another nade is being cooked up. This time, really nice play, actually, to put it where those smokes are going so he can try and catch him on that rotation even, but it looks like it might be a little bit of a fake, trying to get some info about where he is, moving over. Love the bait play with the smokes coming in here from Moldova. They know what they're doing, but I tell you what, this means that now Serbia are able to kind of just chill, wait it out, and just slowly but surely make their way into a position of power, because look at that rotation, look at the angles that they've got on both of these teams while they fight it out.
Croatia, yeah. I mean, there's a golden opportunity for a little bit of that surprise play. And that's what I'm looking at right now is how are they going to go ahead with this, right? Because I think for Croatia, this is a golden opportunity, right? They've just kept quiet. So Moldova, they've essentially forgotten that Croatia is even here. So this is that setup opportunity for them. So Bozanak now can look to just strike when the iron is hot, finds the blade. Ooh, beautiful hit, but the quick response is there. The backup from Moldova. Quick to spring into action now. It is going to be that opportunity for Croatia to see if they can actually still clutch this one out. Georgia still in the mix, still holding strong, and they've not been taken out of this match just yet. I say that, and look at this. It is Makara now looking to heat it up as they move on forward. Marin taking a few shots. They just narrowly escaping in behind that tree. It is going to be lost now. Looking to see if they can follow through and close this up for Moldova. Georgia still holding steady, but unfortunately can't hold on long enough. And here we are in that play, a 2v2, I guess it is, moving into the final stretch. And Watch Me could also now still get brought back.
Yeah, it could be a 2v3. Moldova still could have this in the bag, right? Croatia have tried their best. I feel like in some ways they could have been a little bit more involved in the final stages of that fight. Georgia tried their absolute best and really did some great work here, but now, yeah, I feel like Moldova, Croatia lost their chance to really strike where the iron was hot. That's gonna be Moldova getting the win for the first chicken dinner, first game of day number 2.
Yeah, I mean, they've now had a chicken over in the jungle. Now we ended in another different kind of jungle almost, right? A forest, a wood, whatever you want to call it. That is where they went, and, well, they did secure that play. But what an exciting stretch this was. I mean, Croatia, they came so close to getting that chicken on board. And, well, if it wasn't for those limbs sticking out behind the trees, there could have been a chicken dinner for them on the horizon. But it is what it is, so big congratulations. Going out to the side of Moldova, they're doing absolutely phenomenal work. But what a tough play, though, right? It's always so exciting to see when that zone shifts just north of Ferry Pier, right, into those woods that we had. The rotations always challenging. I mean, Poland, they tried, they moved over on towards the eastern side. Unfortunately, couldn't find enough of a range to make a big impact on the teams already situated there. But that's the beauty of it, right? You gotta try.
You gotta try, yeah. And we saw a lot of trying from a lot of teams that we wanted to see the trying from, right? Poland, in particular, I remember them. Georgia did a phenomenal job of holding on as much as possible. These nades were really good. They really did their best. I did like that a lot from them, and a really well-earned top 3 position here. But Moldova did what they needed to do. I feel like Croatia just lost their timing a little bit. They should have pushed exactly as Georgia was going down there. And in the end, it is going to be Moldova to take that win because it was theirs. If the timing was there, then it was going to be theirs. So GG's 14 eliminations. That's going to be 24 points going their way in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be looking to ramp it up, and what a way to establish themselves in the first match of the day, as you've already said. And I mean, what more could we ask for, right? This is exactly the kind of action that we want. But now the big question is going to be, will it be enough, right? We'll find out a little bit later when we get closer to that. But what a way to start Moldova. So you can see a lot of effort being brought through here. Lost, as I said, right, getting lost in those sprays. But look at the eliminations to damage. Very, very efficient, right? Almost every hit that was landed was converted into an elim. So, yeah, if you play with that kind of efficiency, there's not much that you can do wrong.
No, there really isn't. And it's nice to see them able to do this kind of efficiency off the cuff, right? Like immediately, right out the bat, into the first game. They're ready. They are warmed up. They're not taking their time at all. They've come straight in. And that's exactly what you want to see from a team whose objective is to have a really good day. This is the day that makes it all count. So for them, they want to get off on the right foot as soon as possible. And with this win, they've absolutely done that.
Yeah, and of course, no surprise to see the throwable count be as high as it is, almost hitting 200. I think that is the most throwables that we've seen being used so far in all 7 matches that we've watched. But here we are. The teams are definitely looking to do as much as they can, and quite an impressive play. You know what was interesting though? Kind of just looking back at what we saw with Georgia with Makara surviving to that late point, right?
Yes.
If Makara struck a little bit sooner, I think there could have been an opportunity for Croatia to still turn that one around. Because
I agree.
Looking at what we had in Moldova, right? Those HP bars, they were scary low. So it was just so close, right? So many things. If they had just changed ever so slightly, I think we could have had a completely different team getting that winner chicken dinner. But we got to give the credit here to Moldova securing their second victory. And of course, we were just talking about Georgia. Here they are, 6 eliminations versus the 14. But look at that damage as well, right? Hitting 1,600 damage. That is almost 16 eliminations worth of hits that they've made.
I want to also point out that most of the game, Georgia was a duo. So a lot of that is coming down to just 2 people. Moldova, as good as they were, they had a lot more people able to do that kind of damage. So you see that reflected in the knockouts and the elims, right? That kind of just made advantage. But that damage does hold water next to them, and for a duo like Georgia, that's a really, really great stat to have.
Yeah, definitely is. We can't really fault that. And I mean, that was only the first match of the day. We still have a long way to go. I mean, I say long and it goes by so quickly, right? So these teams are going to make very short business of this, right? They're going to do a quick job when it comes to the action here. And we were actually talking about it off camera, is we admire what these countries are doing, right? What these squads are doing, because they don't wait until they have to fight. They go out and they go look for something, right? They go like, well, you know what? I'm not satisfied with only having 0 eliminations. I'm going to go get some more. And they go out there and they get the ball rolling. And we just love the action. But yeah, good statement being made out of the gate here, coming through from the side there of Moldova. But now the pressure is going to be on, right? Because how is Group C going to respond to that when we get to them stepping up, right? They are going to be moving into a little bit of Miramar, which we'll see shortly. But of course, well, we need to take a look and see exactly what those overall standings, or at least the match rankings, look like once these teams now have had the opportunity to kind of just catch their breath. And I think Moldova, for the most part, they are, you know, a little bit high on the adrenaline, and it's great to have. But we want to have that now converted into more. Yes.
Be careful, because that could very, very easily turn into just a whole bunch of overstepping, overdoing it. And this game that they played was really, really well controlled. So we want to see that control again. In Miramar, it's a little bit different. You have to play it a little bit more separate if you're going to go for those kinds of controlling plays. But it's entirely doable. We've seen it before. We may see it again, but you're quite right. We are going to be seeing Group B and C coming into here. So yeah, Moldova is still going to be playing. Wales is still going to be playing. Poland is still going to be playing, as well as Georgia, actually. But Poland I want to talk about, because this is a wildly different team from who we saw yesterday. Now, yesterday we saw the Netherlands also do the same thing. Are they going to follow the steps of Poland again today? I don't know. We'll have to see, because it is a very interesting turn of events.
Yeah, agree with you on that one. And of course, speaking about turn of events, here we have the turn of the match rankings, or the return of the match rankings. Of course, 24 points going over to the side there of Moldova. Absolutely phenomenal job. Georgia, as you said, stepping it up there, coming through with double digits alongside France, right?
Yeah.
Yay.
Woohoo.
Getting those double digits in there as well. Croatia, also got to commend the effort that they brought forward. They're 9 points secured. You were talking about Poland also ramping up the performances. And I mean, I think if Poland builds on what we saw in this first match, moving into the their remaining matches for the day, I think they could have some pretty astounding results heading their way as well. But yeah, got to commend it to, got to give a commendation, rather. Yeah, there we go.
Sure.
To Azerbaijan, as well as Portugal and Serbia, for making it all the way up into our top 80. As we move on to page number 2, we've got 3 countries that unfortunately didn't have the opportunity to secure themselves a few additional points here. But of course, as we know, Belarus, they tried, right? It was a little bit of a tough play. We also did see the players there from Albania. They unfortunately were the first team to make their way back into the lobby. So it's a little bit tough, but you know, it's going to happen to somebody. So there's always an opportunity for the countries to try and just bounce back as we move into those preceding plays. And of course, well, we got to update the board and look at this. Moldova, 2 points away from Romania. So the heat's going to be on, right? Because next match, we've got Group B and C playing, right? So that is Moldova versus Romania coming into the next game. So the pressure is gonna be on. Of course, unfortunately for Latvia, they won't have the opportunity to defend their position, as we'll only see them return over in Sanhok. But it's a great opportunity now for Latvia to try and ramp that up. Of course, Latvia, or Lithuania rather. So Latvia, Azerbaijan, same group. So we're not going to see any points changing on their front. But Montenegro, they're going to be coming in alongside Romania, looking now to dial it up. It is going to be their first match for the day as well. But I love where this leaderboard's going. Like Georgia, they moved up, right?
Yeah.
Also increasing their points all the way from that 11th up into 9th place. Poland jumped from 12th up into 11th. So yeah, I love where this is going.
So do I, and Germany's going to be moving in as well, with tied with Georgia, 3 points behind Czech, who are not going to be playing in the next game. I mean, Germany is one of those teams to worry about, considering they won the last game of yesterday. They are looking very, very good to be moving up forward, because look at the leaderboards. Actually, look at the numbers. 60 points for Moldova, 37 for Latvia, and then between 3rd and sort of 10th, there's only 11-point difference. So it's very close in this top half of the leaderboard. So anything is going to be going any which way, to be honest. Any sort of result you get in this next game is definitely going to be the one where it starts to get a little bit scary.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm still going to be waiting for Wales to kick up a storm, right? And what I like about Wales is I can see that there's a plan, right? I can see there's a strategy. Sometimes it's just a little bit of a difficulty executing that strategy. So I'm hoping that at least somewhere throughout the day they have an opportunity to pull off a successful move, right? Be it a big move, be it a whatever move, I don't really mind, but I want to see. I want to see Wales have a successful execution on those strategies. So hopefully we can witness that live here on the broadcast as well. But of course, the points, they're starting to ramp up as we just saw there. And it is getting pretty tight because the leaderboard, and it's getting pretty spicy.
It is. Pretty spicy, pretty flavorful. Might need to throw it on the grill a little bit. We're going over into Miramar, so just don't get sand on the skewers. It's not going to be fun. It's going to get all up in there, and then your teeth are all crunchy, and it's not good. It's not good.
What do you do? How do you get sand on the
If you
skewers?
drop
I don't even want to ask. Where's the skewers in the first place? Anyway,
the grill.
We'll settle this. Yeah, I know. We'll settle this one during the break. So in the meantime, enjoy viewer highlights from this past match while I figure out why she's using skewers in the sand. Welcome back, everyone. If you missed it, before the break in match number 1, we had Moldova coming in with a glorious winner-winner chicken dinner. Now, we're getting ready to venture straight into the desert. And of course, Group C, they are going to be stepping up to the plate as well. And if you forgot who's in Group C, it is going to be Belarus, Germany, Greece, Montenegro, Netherlands, Romania, and Spain. They will be having their first match here for today. And of course, well, that also means that Group A is going to be taking a bit of a break, and they'll be back in the jungle, ready to rumble and show us what they can bring on through. Now, Neptura, this is where I want to ask you the question, right? Yesterday, we saw this being the turning point for Romania, right? They stepped up to the plate, and then they started catching chickens, right? Bagging them, tagging them, and taking them home with them. So, do you think we're going to see the same play come through from Romania moving into this next match? Or could somebody else maybe look to grab the chickens from them?
I mean, a lot of these teams are playing a little bit more differently to how we saw them play in the last Erangel. I could see the same being said for the Miramar, particularly Poland and the Netherlands. The Netherlands stepped up yesterday, so while I still think that it'd be really cool if Romania came back and won another Miramar, I feel like they're going to have a little bit more to contend with than they did yesterday.
And of course, also remember, Germany also won a Miramar yesterday. So, yeah, Germany, they are going to be joining Romania because they are also in Group C. So, I'm curious as to who will be the team to claim that victory. Of course, if you're watching us, let us know in the chat, who do you think is going to be taking the first chicken dinner as we move into Group C now, joining us on the battlefield, right? There is going to be quite a bit to play for here, as we saw 2 points now being the difference between first and second place, right? It was 30-something points or 20-something points, right? I'm not going to do the math, but it was a pretty big gap, and it got closed in one single game. So the pressure is going to be on, right? No team is safe. Not even the ones right up at the top of the leaderboard, right? No. Anybody can come for them. So it's all going to boil down to whether or not they can keep that consistency going. And this is where we want to hear what your thoughts are on that. Of course, we are going to be getting ready just to making sure that they've got the dust blockers up on the plane so the engines don't get sand in the skewers. Anyway, so we'll see how that one goes.
Okay, you made it even worse. Chat, booze in the chat for whatever that was, but yeah, we want to see what you're thinking about. A lot of Greece in the chat, a lot of Latvia. They're not playing yet though, so we gotta wait a little while longer. Greece definitely is gonna be playing though, so we'll see a little bit of that. So yeah, some really, really exciting things. I love the fact that we have so many of the contending teams in the same group, because that always means we're going to have a lot of action, right? You've got Germany, who came in with a win on Miramar, as you said. You've got the Netherlands, who could be a big contender here. You've got Romania, 2 points ahead only. That last, the double back-to-back wins from yesterday have only gotten them this far. Now they need to do it again if they want to secure that win. Spain as well. I really liked the rotations coming in from Spain in the last half of yesterday. I would love to see a little bit more from them. They're also in Group C, so there's a lot going on here, not to mention France stepping up in that last game, stepping up quite a bit. That could be good news for them coming into the next game. So there's a whole lot that we just gotta wait and see for this next game.
Yeah, so many factors that we have to try and account for. Yes, and that is going to be an exciting one to see how it all pans out. But of course, that also then means that we are getting really, really close, right? I can hear some engines starting to rev up. I can hear them making announcements about the seat belts that need to be fastened properly. They got to check everything. Yeah, so we will get into the match pretty soon. So if you've not yet shown some support for the country that you are here shouting for, let us know in the chat. And of course, we are going to be heading into that game very, very soon. And so yesterday we saw quite a bit of focus towards Los Leones with zones, right? For some other strange reason, right? Now, let's try this out. So today I really want the zone to go to Los Leones, right? I really want it to center up over there. Yes, it has to, because it just makes so much sense. So we'll see exactly what these teams will have to work with once we get into that. But I have to agree with what you were saying about, there's so many teams that could look to step it up. You were mentioning Germany, you were mentioning Netherlands, you were talking about what Poland was doing. So I want to see how they can implement all of that. But also, France, as you've said, they stepped it up in the last match. Are they going to keep that pacing going? Because also remember, right, where these teams placed previously, right, in last year's performances. I mean, Poland, they did quite well. They finished well within the top 10. We did see the same thing coming through for Belarus as well as Azerbaijan. France also did a phenomenal job with their overall performances. Romania, as we've mentioned yesterday, no strangers to sitting up there with some high points along their name. But now it all boils down to what the teams are going to be doing here. And it does seem like the flight path that is going to be starting us off over towards Pardona, down on that southern side, heading up towards La Cobreria in the northern reaches, will allow a fairly decent spread for a big majority of our teams here. But I'm curious as to where, or who rather, is going to look to go to that far eastern side, right? Maybe we'll see some teams venturing out into Campo Militar like we had yesterday, or they might go somewhere else.
They could go somewhere else, or could we get another hot drop? Possibly. That would be kind of fun. Greece going to be going over to Los Leones again here. Montenegro. Yeah, that is Montenegro. Moving over down to Partona. Really good spot, actually. There's some really nice loot down there. It's an easy rotation. I like the 3-1 split as well, just to make sure that they are not cut off from the mainland as well. I like that a lot. So we'll see. We'll see how these teams go. Looks like 2 teams are going to Montenegro, though, DK. We could be seeing Moldova going head-to-head with somebody. Can't quite see who that is back there. But definitely something to keep an eye on, because it does look like that might be our only hot drop here.
Well, we are going to see pretty soon. And yeah, the zone kind of listened. It circled up on towards Graveyard, San Martin, Pecado, Minas Generales. Yeah, I think this is going to be a decent change-up for our squads here. You can see Wales also now starting to head out in the direction of, I think that's what, Trailer Park Ruins. They're going to look to get themselves situated in that territory. Now, the pressure is going to be on here for Moldova and, of course, Lithuania as they find themselves in a little bit of a challenging spot. It is going to be pressure. And I think it's a good time to strike, right? While everybody is still pretty vulnerable, you don't have all the gear, you don't have all the weapons, you're still looking to find a few bits and bobs here. So let's see which country is going to walk out of this engagement in one piece, right? That is what we want to have, a little bit of those nice and feisty plays here. But it is going to be towards Monte Nuevo, where these 2 teams are going to be bashing heads.
I mean, it's not the worst place to actually have a hot drop, right, considering the zone. You're only 350 odd meters out, so it's a fairly easy entry into zone. You don't have to think about it too much here. But Lithuania down to a duo already, right? There's only 2 on the roster left alive. Ooh, nice nade. Just somehow managed to do that. Oh, he tried to shoot his own teammate there. Don't blame ya. Easily done, but nice little wraparound from Kick and crew there. Gonna be taking down Trouble, taking down Silence, and I mean, Silence might just have to stay silent there. No opportunity to be golden in this game. They're gonna go out first.
Yeah, it's a rip, but hey, it does seem like Moldova's going to look to keep that momentum going, right? We've seen it being pulled off previously, so it does seem like it is maybe potentially going to be happening in this one as well. In the meantime, it is going to be Germany making their way on through all the way up into La Driera. No one really there to contest them. We do find the squad of Greece all the way up in towards Los Leones. They have this entire place to themselves. And of course, then we jump over to the side of Montenegro on that far southern side over towards Partona. Oh, look at this. It's going to be Easton having a nice little bit of a cycle, taking in the scenery, enjoying what views the map brings. As you can see, Wales all the way up into the territory there of the trailer park. So also, I think a few good options for them to try and loot up as they make their way closer and closer towards zone. But Nep, this is where I think Pozo will definitely be a spot for Wales to kind of avoid for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Wales, you've got Romania. two different sides of the leaderboard. Might not be the best option to go through. El Pozo is a difficult city to really fight with for against anyway. It's a really, really difficult place. So yeah, I feel like going over to the western side, I actually would prefer them going through Crater Fields. I don't think Germany's going to come up there anytime soon if they go now, which it kind of looks like they're trying to rotate now. I think going straight through onto that hill next to San Martin would actually be a really good shout from them. I don't feel like that would be a bad play at all. Let's see if they do something similar. But yeah, I feel like Wales could have an entry into zone here that could go really, really well for them.
Well, let's see if that entry could work out. They don't have very, very far to go. France also not with a bad looting position that they find themselves in. I like what the teams did here, right? Yes, we did have a little bit of hot and heatedness in the beginning of this match, but now it's all kind of fizzled out, right?
Yeah.
All the contention that was there has dissipated. So now the teams can get themselves looted up and then start moving on forward. And I'm curious as to which positions they're going to look to take up, right? I think for Moldova, for instance, over in towards Montenegro, Montenuevo rather, so similar. They could maybe move up into those hills of Pecado. That could be an interesting spot to move in towards. And of course, speaking about Montenegro, they are going to be finding themselves going head to head with Kid. Oh, as we can see there from Poland, just welcoming them in on that bridge.
I mean, Poland, this is wildly different Poland from what we saw yesterday. I know I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. He does go down, but Ked really able to make some moves here, make some plays, and just at least stop that rotation from Montenegro. I said it now. I did it the other way around. Montenegro, stopping them in their tracks. So, really good stuff coming in from Ked. Is he gonna get finished? Yes. Yes, he is. Was it maybe a little over the top? Possibly, because where are the rest of his team? Nowhere near. But still, I appreciate the enthusiasm.
Well, I think the correct answer is his team is half a map away. Right. I don't know why Ked decided to rotate that far away. I mean, I've strayed from the team.
You have.
You know,
can confirm.
But not to that extent. That is, that's a bold move coming through from Ked there. Not quite sure if that was intended, but hey, it happened nonetheless. And of course, it is going to be Wales now, making their way through, just rotating down on the outskirts there of Pozo. They might take a sharp turn. Ooh, yeah, I think it's a good call that they didn't, because if they went through towards Montenuevo, that is where they would find themselves at the mercy of Moldova. So, yeah, a very interesting decision being made on that front. Germany, in the meantime, they're going to continue to push further and further afield as they've now disengaged from La Cobreria, heading in the direction of zone. Quite a few mountains and such in their way. So, let's see if they can make it out in one piece. France, though, Nip, looking at them over in towards, I believe that is San Martin. Well, I say that, and then we see Narvalo all the way, far, far away. Oh, sorry, I'm confusing flags here, but yeah. France still have quite a way to go as they try to get out of that blue zone, rather, and up into the safe area.
Georgia in a really good position here. I like the plays coming in here, just outside of Picado. Huge high ground being utilized here. Could be a very good position for them, but it's such a vast area. You really have to make sure that you got it down on lock. You got to make sure you know exactly where you are and where your teammates are. But what a piece of zone prediction that is from Georgia. I would never have guessed it, going all the way down to La Bendita. One of my favorite zones on Miramar, and Georgia have a fantastic position in it.
Yeah, they definitely do. Not only Georgia, but look at Greece, right? A good read that they've made there, getting themselves situated up in towards Minas Generales. And now it's going to be Belarus pushing in from that northern approach. We see Poland pushing in from the southern side. It is going to be Montenegro now, potentially maybe bumping heads against Georgia as they try and secure themselves a position rotating in. I like this play still from Wales. Yes, they are taking the scenic route towards the zone, but it might actually pay off for them, right? They still have a bit of an opportunity. We are only in stage 2, so they can actually afford to tank a little bit of the damage here. And it is going to be a hot race now, trying to get a good position into this next zone.
The problem for Wales is Croatia is right behind them, and I mean right behind them in terms of on the scale of, you know, the map. Compared to the scale of the map, they are pretty close to Wales, but we'll see how that works out for them. Romania, one of the only teams to not yet go out of Montenegro, out of their position. Barbie Boy goes down to the play zone. Do they not have meds? What is going on here? And it's always Barbie Boy. He's gotten healed back up, he's gotten res back up, but I want to know what's going on with him, because we need to see him last a little bit. Well, there we go. So that has delayed Wales. That's going to be the 3 of them completely taken out very, very quickly. Marin going to be taking out 2 of them. I think the 3rd may have gone down to the play zone again there. So unfortunate knock by the play zone onto Wales delayed them just enough that Croatia could get the points.
I mean, a very fortunate play here for Croatia just to get those 2 eliminations as well. But yeah, it's a sad time, right? We would have liked to see Wales make it up into zone and, you know, flex a little bit with that gameplay. In the meanwhile, we'll have to see what the other 12 teams are going to be bringing on in. The Netherlands opening up that airdrop all the way out on the far side towards the truck stop. So yeah, they're going to get themselves a few of those upgrades, but Belarus is there to welcome them in, as it is a very wide spread. And now comes the push as Smokey tries to just strengthen their numbers here so they can get the rest of the team back on their feet before committing to that position up into zone. Does spot a bit of an opportunity up on the hillside, but this is where Smokey now needs to be very, very careful, right? You don't want to overpeak it, especially with Ramzik peering over that ledge. We've seen what the Belarus did yesterday, so definitely don't want to tempt fate just yet.
I tell you who else isn't tempting fate. Well, are they? Because they're not tempting fate of any of the other teams, but they are tempting the fate of the blue zone. Croatia is wrapping all the way around down past Los Leones and back into the zone. They are going so far. They're going to come up onto that southeastern side of the circle, I think. So, yeah, you can't even see them right now. They are so far below Los Leones. Crazy work coming in from them, but it could just pay off. It is very busy on that western side, right? So we'll have to see how that goes. The eastern side is going to get equally busy. Look at all these teams there. Going to be very quickly taken up space-wise. So Croatia might be the only one who has an idea here.
Yeah, I'm curious as to where they're going to look to surface, as you've mentioned. So the surprise element could definitely work out in their favor, as they are still making a very wide play. And as I said before, stage 3 doesn't do really that much damage. You can still maybe take a little bit of it, but ideally you don't want to spend too much time out there. But looking at where Croatia is going to look to rotate in towards, I mean, they're going to come in right behind not only Montenegro, but also the players here from Moldova. So there could be quite a bit of an opportunity, especially looking at that beautiful bit of elevation they'll have available to them. In the meanwhile, it's going to be France and the Netherlands now fighting out in the blue, and they are days away from the safe zone itself.
They are indeed. It's interesting that the Netherlands are backing off here. They're going to lose 2 ultimately here. They did take Narvalo, so France is not without their own price to pay here, but that is going to be 2 points on the board. It is an overall win here. So you do have Alternix joining us this evening. Narvalo is dead, as we said, but Tree, Robs, and Alternix are all 3 here, replacing Snowix today. So we'll see how that goes.
Alternix the alternate.
Yes.
There we go.
Anyway. Ooh. Okay, give me your thoughts here, DK. I want to know the area that Belarus are in, this road, like or not like? Because it has some pretty cool spots to play from, I feel.
It depends on which way the zone is going, right? With them now sitting on the eastern edge of the zone, If the next phase shifts and stays over towards the eastern side, it's a good spot because you can utilize those ridges to really play up onto the plateau coming in behind you. But now, if Germany has a say in it, they are going to look to overtake that position as they come rushing right on in. They take down Rumzik, and this is now with Belarus left with a 3-piece as we have them now slowly starting to approach the edge of zone. We did see Tuba also getting taken on down. Germany could definitely look to clear out and overtake possession of the eastern edge of that zone. Unfortunately, that ridge that I was referring to, of course, no longer in play because the zone has instead shifted a lot more towards that western side. Not completely, but it is really, really close. So I think still looking at what Croatia's rotation was, coming in on that side could really benefit them. And well, unfortunately, we can't say the same here for Belarus as they are now down to just one player who is, of course, taking quite a bit of fire. Multiple teams in the vicinity. Spain up on the hill as well as they start to take aim, looking to see what they can find along the way. Netherlands, they're going to face a very similar situation here. A very risky rotation back into zone now.
I want to talk about Romania for a second because they are playing an extremely quiet game. Yes, the zone keeps going away from them. There is that, right? But I do think they've got a full squad. They've got 0 elims at the moment. Some really nice nades being put through there by Spain. Really good work clearing Belarus there. But Romania, they're keeping quiet, and quiet is scary when it comes to PUBG Mobile. If you have a team that generally is very aggressive and they are backing off, you need to be very scared, because if you're not seeing them in the elim feed, you need to be going, where the heck are they? Because we know they're not hiding.
They're just lurking, right? They are trying to get themselves in a very strategic position. You were saying that Romania is not in the feed? Well, we did see EXO popping into the feed there, but for all the wrong reasons, because, well, EXO got hit as opposed to being the one doing the delivery of lead to the opposing side. But, yep, Romania, I think they're playing a very stealthy approach here, right? They showed us yesterday that they know how to play this map, and I think this is what they're doing here again, is they play the aggressive side. Now they're going for a lot more of a strategic approach. And speaking about strategy, look at this though. Greece and the Netherlands having quite a bit of an altercation there as we do say goodbye to the Netherlands. Unfortunately, not having a successful rotation up into the zone itself. Poland also, I see, could maybe have a bit of a tough time, right? They are pretty isolated out in that field. And looking at what Montenegro is doing here, looking at France, looking at Greece, looking at Croatia, it's going to put Poland right in the spotlight once they start to rotate up.
I do want to mention Croatia did move in exactly where I thought they would, up onto those hills, so that's nice to see here. Germany looking to take down Romania, and so far it's working. DK, Romania, EXO going down. It is only Redox up on that hill. The 1-3 split has not worked. Germany just rolling in without a care in the world. I mean, they do have one down. Shum is down, but still, his trying not to get hit. So far, he is succeeding. Maybe Redox can turn this around. Germany need to be very, very careful that they do not group up too much. Oh, wait. This could be bad for Germany now. Another one goes down. That's a third party on the outside. Oh, Redox could do it. We've seen him do a lot more than this. It's entirely possible. And now Germany feel like they're in a little bit of between a rock and a hard place, quite literally.
Yeah. And this is going to be Redox definitely trying to play for the team here, trying to put as much of those shots across the way. In the meanwhile, the rest of Romania are going to look to get themselves back into contention here. And this reset could provide them with a phenomenal opportunity. It does seem like Germany, though, they are maybe a little bit of fumbling the ball along the way, as they do also now try and get their teammates in. But I do think Romania is going to beat them to the punch. And, I mean, if Moldova doesn't play the upset here, there could still be a great opportunity now coming through for the side of Romania. Oh, no.
Well, Moldova said, you're not winning, and also you're not winning. So Germany gonna be moving away straight into Croatia. Could be hard for them. At least Romania are still in as two, right? So we do have Redox, we do have, how do you say this? Bunny? His name?
With
Bunny?
words?
With words, yeah, okay. Schum
Yeah.
does go down though, Germany, losing one. We'll see though. Marin's still on 2, so that initial altercation early on in the game has not meant there are more in store for him so far, but he is looking for his third. Not quite going there. There we go. Schum does go on down. That's going to be 1 for actually Basana.
Ooh.
Whoa! Nice nade from Hiss coming in there. And they're just taking their time with it. It's nice that they're taking their time, but they can't take too much time because that was a third party.
Yep.
Germany, I don't know how they're still alive. They're really surviving, but that's going to be the end of one more. And nope, it's going to be the end of both of them. Hiss going on down there. Really nice nade coming through. That's going to be 5 eliminations for Croatia.
Yeah, well played there by Croatia. I mean, having quite a bit of an altercation with the side of Germany, but still managing to keep all their players in this match, right? Nobody making their way back into that lobby from the Croatian side. But now the pressure is going to get dialed on up. Poland just very narrowly holding on to the edge of zone, as we can see over towards that far eastern side. I like what Georgia's doing up on the high grounds, keeping a very close eye on both Spain and France, looking to see who they can see along the way. But you got to watch out for Watch Me, all the way from Moldova, scouting out the area, looking for a bit of an opportunity, a bit of an angle. And I think this last few phases that we are going to be moving into is going to be quite the aggressive showing here, because, I mean, a lot of the teams have really been showing quite a bit of that gun skill, making it up to this point so far. I think this is where it's going to take us to that next level. Of course, the shots now start to connect on through, as we are playing a little bit of the connected dot. And this zone shift is going to allow for a lot more of a strategic play, right? Teams don't necessarily have to try and play catch up with that zone. They're going to focus on showing that aggression and the tactics that they want to display in this match.
Okay, immediately with that zone shift, I was just thinking about these 3 teams up to the north side. France need to not get knocked. France need to not get involved with this fight between these 2 teams. If you don't get involved, then they have to fight out each other, right? There's no one getting distracted by a third party potential, anything going on here. Yes, you want to kind of peek over and take a couple of shots if you can, but you really need Greece and Spain to fight each other, because the minute they start working together, France is done for. They don't have the numbers, they don't have the position. At the moment, Greece is playing this very well. They're just trying to hedge their bets here, moving a little bit closer to that zone. I just don't want France to overcommit here, because that would be very easy to do, very easy to go, we need to defend our position ASAP because all these teams are going to be coming into us at this zone, blah, 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 blah. No. Just keep calm, let them fight each other, because it's going to happen. Look, Spain moving in, and yes, they're moving in on France, both of them are, but look, there you go. Georgia actually taking some shots from behind, but see, this is where France just needs to lay low, because the angles that each of these enemy teams have on each other means they can't really push onto France that well. So France needs to just chill and just wait.
Well, not only that, right? France doesn't have enough information to make an educated play here, right? Because they can't see over the ridges. All they can hear are shots going off. They don't know numbers. They don't exactly know the pinpoint position. So Greece can at any point poke their heads up that ridge, and they're going to see one of the France players there, right? The same could happen here for Spain, who could come over the other ridge, and then it's just, you know, some easy pickings along the way. We do also say goodbye to Croatia, as the blue zone had the better of them. But now, Spain, Greece, France, and Georgia are going to be looking to kind of settle their differences out here on the edge of zone. Blue, of course, is going to be closing in everybody essentially within the zone, but no one secured 100% just yet. I do have to say, though, France in a good spot, but as you said, they've now got to keep quiet, right? Not make too much sound and wait for the fights around them to kind of resolve themselves.
Poland do go out. I was a little bit nervous about their position. They was way out on the edge across a field. I didn't feel like they were going to get that far. They don't. Croatia as well eventually do get taken out, but 5 eliminations on the board is a really, really good show for the second game. So we'll see that from them hopefully in the next game as well. Og, very, very close to dying there, but he's going to get that res on himself, that healing going on down. I love the positioning from Moldova. Moldova have played this very, very, very well. They won that last game. It shows. They're looking for these splits. They're looking for these angles. They're looking for that zone control, and it's looking really, really good for them. If they can keep it together. The minute, you know, things start turning to worms, they're going to crumble quite quickly. In this kind of zone, in this kind of position, it's going to be hard for them to move out of it. So they really need to make sure. Why did I say anything? Now there we go. Watch me goes on down. It's still doable. Still doable indeed. I just don't feel like they had that info that there was such a huge split from Georgia. Now they have that info.
Oof.
There we go. Puddin' gonna be able to take him down a little bit, but it's not gonna be enough to knock him. That's what they need. They need that knock.
I think this is a good strategy coming through from Georgia, sending one player out, and of course that is going to lure all the other shots now to go off. It gives Georgia a bit of an opportunity to get a good assessment as to where those sprays could be coming from, and this is now their opportunity to try and execute that strategy. Look at that, the utility is coming up as it flies up the hill in the direction here of Moldova. So got to watch out for Montenegro over on towards that eastern edge. Greece now off in the distance as his France starts to apply a little bit of pressure.
Nice.
As Greece now starts nipping at their heels. Moldova not going to be budging just yet, but Greece trying to open up their way, their approach in towards this next zone. France not having any of it. As they now look to step on up, come rushing on forward. There's also a big contribution coming in from everybody across this lobby. I mean, even Montenegro on that far southern side heading in onto the side there of Greece. France still going to be holding steady, but it is going to be Spain right there alongside them. So going to watch out for all these different angles. And one nade could end everything now for the side here of Spain as they are down to Eclipse. But let's see whether or not
nice
France can get that nade. The positioning is there. The angle is in. And there can still be a bit of a fighting chance now for them. All the teams have moved on towards this western side. Moldova still sticking to that high ground. They're going to keep themselves out of harm's way. It's going to be Georgia now having a bit of that vehicle elimination coming in. It's not every day that we see these big booms happening. Up comes Puppy having to try and survive. It's going to be the full send. Gets the hits. The DBS doing its thing. And that is Puppy getting a bit of pudding there. But now, the blue is going to come nipping at their heels. It's down to the final 3. Georgia, Makara now taking a few hits as France starts to advance. They're moving up. We did see Spain not making it out of this one. We still have Montenegro, though. I'm not quite sure what Robs is doing here. A very emboldened move. But Montenegro are now moving into position, trying to strike from on high. It is going to be the side here of Georgia. Also reaching in down to that solo. They're going to try and fight with everything they've got.
What on earth were those bounces? That's crazy. France overplayed it just a little bit. Did they forget that we have Montenegro up here? I don't know, but yeah, that was just a way too much of an overreach there by France. They have been playing this so well so far. 11 points for Montenegro, though. They have played this so well. They had a great compound. They were able to do a lot with it, and that is going to mean the win for them. Control from that compound, moving in when they needed to, and epic timing as well is a really, really good start to their day.
Yeah, great performance going through here from Montenegro, securing their very first winner chicken dinner in the group stages. I mean, what a play. What an angle. Let's just relive a little bit of that magic. As you can see, just pinpoint accuracy as they did close that one up. I mean, France, they came scary close. Really, really close. But I think it's also a very satisfactory performance from the side there, France. Sure, not the chicken, but we did see those eliminations going pretty high as well. But yeah, big shout out going over to the side of Montenegro. 13 eliminations and 1,200 damage getting dealt by Rogo as a solo.
That's our highest so far. That is definitely our highest so far. Rogo doing the work. I said he was doing the work yesterday, and he's stepping up to the plate even more here. Half of the overall eliminations were his, and what's crazy about that, I feel, is that they were in a compound for most of that end zone, right? If you're talking about complete domination, you would think we'd be talking about Moldova, right? They had an open, high ground position, but honestly, Montenegro had a compound with really good views on all sides, so they were able to get all those shots without necessarily having the open position that Moldova had. So that means they're actually a little bit more protected, a little bit more closed in, and with the chaos going around, probably not too many people were paying that much attention to them.
Yeah, I definitely think that those compounds that we saw Montenegro sitting in, that was just the place to be, right?
Yeah.
It allowed them so many things. And what's pretty crazy is that Crazy took no damage. Got 3 eliminations, but took not a single hit to get to that. So the second highest elim count there for the players coming through from Montenegro. So yeah, very satisfactory performance indeed. And this is kind of those bounce backs that we want to see, right? Teams really upping the ante. And I like this overall performance though. I mean, for Montenegro, this is a absolutely phenomenal showing. Right, things just looking so much better here for them. And hopefully they can go all the way, right? Keep that consistency going for the remainder of the day. Because I mean, last time we saw them, last year, right? Yep. They had 39 points in total.
Wow.
Right? They've already surpassed that score. So you just gotta love what these teams are doing and the growth that they are showing. And of course, looking at the stats that we have here, there was a lot of rotating. If you look at that driving distance, over 300,000 meters. That's 309 kilometers being traveled in a little square, right? Absolutely ridiculous. Strangely enough, though, we don't see the longest hits really being played on the map of Miramar, right? Yesterday we had it on Sanhok, which was very surprising. But what is not surprising is the 23 points going over to the side of Montenegro. So amazing for them.
Yeah, really good stuff. Exactly what they needed. They've been climbing up those leaderboards slowly but surely. There we go. And really doing some great work there. France as well, as we mentioned, 13 total points. Moldova backing up that first place win in Erangel with 11 points in Miramar. A really good, consistent start to their day. Georgia, Spain, Croatia, Greece, Germany, all of them showing up as well. And again, Germany, 4 points at a time, few points at a time, whatever, however many points, it's still points at a time. And when you're on the top of that leaderboard, when it is so close, you've really got to get all you can. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Poland got what they were able to find. The same can be said there for Netherlands as well as Belarus. But as we know, as a result of a few teams getting some points on board, a few others, unfortunately, not going to be walking away in that same position. But it is what it is at the end of the day, right? There's always the next match to try and make it up. Yes, of course, we are running out of next matches. But that only means that you got to try and ramp it up. And speaking about ramping it up, look at this. Moldova hitting 300 more damage than what we saw coming through from the side there of Montenegro. But Montenegro just a lot more efficient, right? Converting a lot more of that damage into those eliminations. And of course, 13 is just a much greater number than 8. But still, an amazing job from both sides.
Yeah, and I think it really pays to wait a second. Romania didn't get any points in that game, 62, so that means Moldova moving in to first position for the first time. We are seeing them top the leaderboard, 41 eliminations, 30 placement points, 71 total points here. They won yesterday on Sanhok. They win again here in Miramar. And here we go, 71 points, a little bit of a gap. Montenegro as well, coming in with that win, right? Looking at 58 points. So again, a little bit of a gap ahead of fourth as well. But after fourth, you're still looking at a very close game. There's only 5 points between fourth and 11th now. This match has meant that it's even closer than it was before.
Yeah. And it's pretty scary just to look at where these stats and points are going. But that is kind of what we were expecting to see. Teams continuously keeping that pressure up. And I mean, so far it is looking very, very exciting. I mean, Croatia, right, ramping up that performance, securing a few more points, a few more plays along the way. Greece also with a nice bit of an increase with regards to their positioning on these standings. And that's what we would like, right? Teams just being consistent. Bring that play, bring the angles, and continue to bring the continuous improvements. And of course, well, we are seeing some new chickens getting taken along the way. But now comes the big question, right? Are we going to see Romania maybe bring it in once again? Or will we have another country step up and clutch it from their hands? Of course, for the next match, we are going to be heading into Sanhok, and that means we're going to be heading into a break. So enjoy the highlights from this past match. We will see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready to move into the next stretch. Of course, our first match over in the jungle is getting ready to roll on up. And of course, this is where we are going to be seeing Group A versus Group C, right? So we've been to Erangel, we've been to the desert, we're going to the jungle, and we're going to stay there for a little bit, right? We're going to have two matches, a little bit of a rumble in the jungle to see who will reign supreme. And yeah, walk out with their torches still lit as they come out at the end of it. But so far, very exciting day. We've seen Moldova secure the first winner chicken dinner. Montenegro coming in clutch with game number 2. And it's the big question, who's going to be the next one to take it? Of course, if we follow the trend, right? We just see Group B winning the first chicken, Group C winning the second chicken. So Group A should apparently then get the next one. So
okay,
it could be Albania, Azerbaijan, Czech, Hungary, Latvia, Portugal, or even Serbia, right? Any of those could look to clutch it out. If you agree, let us know in the chat. If you don't agree, also let me know who else would be the team to get it, the country to get it. Of course, it is going to be Group A versus Group C that are going to be stepping it up, right? So, yep, there's quite a bit of an opportunity here. Moldova not going to be in the position to defend their honor with regards to those rankings because we've seen those points already starting to soar quite a bit. And I think this is what we love to have, right? Teams just making it so dang difficult to get points. But at the same time, we want action. We want surprises. We want upsets, right? Just bring them through. We'll take all of them and some more.
Yeah, because why not? I mean, are we going to see a boot camp hot drop again? It has been so long since I've seen a boot camp hot drop until yesterday, and I love it so much. But are we going to see it again today? Because it kind of went 1-1. Who was actually? It was Hungary and Serbia, possibly? I can't quite remember. It was definitely Hungary, but it kind of went 1-1 each of those games. So I want to kind of say maybe they might because they haven't really decided who wins that, or maybe they don't because it's the last day, right? You don't really want to be doing all of that nonsense in the last day, especially when both of these teams definitely need those points in order to secure their top 16 because with it being so close, anything could happen, particularly in the larger games. It's going to be a little bit difficult if you start hot dropping now.
The larger games, that's an interesting concept to look at. But yeah, I agree that there's going to be quite a bit of a race to secure those positions into the top 16. And of course, the cutoff for top 16 currently is sitting on 19 points. Portugal sitting on 17, all the way in 17th as well. So there's still an opportunity for a lot of that catch-up to be made. And unfortunately for Portugal, they are one of those squads that are going to be stepping into the jungle. Right, so we can see a lot of things coming to fruition here, and it's going to be down to the teams to decide whether or not they're going to choose to do it now, or maybe the following match, which is also right back there. The only difference is we're going to swap Group C for Group B once we return yet again. So Group A, I think this is a golden opportunity for them to really try and solidify themselves within those standings, within the rankings. We've seen Latvia yesterday doing a great job. Portugal trying to ramp it up a little bit here today, but so far, as I've mentioned, those 17 points, so they could definitely do with a little bit more. Serbia, also right there alongside Portugal, so we could have a little bit more of that action heading in their direction. Hungary also could do with a little bit more of those points. Looking at Czech, I mean, we don't have to say anything about Czech because they've been doing the thing, right? Yeah. They're quite comfortably up into the top 11th. Azerbaijan also well within that. And then, of course, the only other team left to look at is going to be the side of Albania, who we've not really seen all that much of so far, really, today, which is quite somewhat surprising. And they were receiving quite a bit of love in the chat as well, as we saw. But now we got to see them, right? We want to see the gameplay. And, of course, that includes Elisio and the rest of the squad.
It sure does. It does indeed. Yeah, we need to see a little bit more from Albania. They were on a good streak yesterday, but the last couple of games has been very quiet for them, or certainly the last game was quite quiet for them. So we'll see what they can do with a new day, a new game. A lot of teams moving out very, very quickly over the smaller map. We do, in fact, have Boot Camp Hot Drop once again. We might even have a little bit of contesting over by Paradise. But other than that, maybe down to the south side as well. Ruins as well. Spain. Going to be going head-to-head with Portugal there already. Montenegro going up against somebody, I bet you. No, that's Latvia. No, it's not Latvia. It must be Hungary. It must be. Over by Boot Camp. Any which way. Pubg is going to go out first here. It's not Hungary.
No.
That's interesting.
Serbia. Yeah. Serbia, 100%. Yeah.
100%. Interesting.
So
okay.
Let's see who's going to be the one to lock it down, right? Who is going to hold Lobster for themselves? Biscay just keeping a very tight angle there. And I mean, this is a great opportunity, great moment to try and strike. Love that position up on the roof as Amy now comes running on forward. Oh, and gets absolutely decimated. It is now Montenegro trying to hold steady. They've got one, maybe two players left. Yeah, they got one as Crazy also now gets picked up. There goes Laser. And down they are. It is going to be Serbia to lock it in. Boot camp is theirs, at least for the time being. And they are pretty close to center zone as well. So this gives them that opportunity now to start exploring the region. Germany is going to be the next one out of here as Hungary does find that play in towards them. Quite a bit of a contentious start. That, of course, happening all the way towards Camp Charlie. As you can see, Hungary now moving around. And I'm also curious as to what's going to happen between Portugal and Spain, right? We have them up in towards the ruins, towards that western side. We did see a little bit of an altercation, right? A little bit of the action lighting up in the feed. But other than that, they are still here, still dancing around.
The Netherlands as well have a huge split across the top, Hattin, and the other side of the river as well, up across the north side of zone. I'd be interested to see how that works out for them. Romania is pretty close. Albania as well over in Paradise. Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how that works out for them, if they're going to regroup or not, as we're on board with Azerbaijan. One of the teams very, very close to Greece right now. Greece having a large split coming across into the eastern side of zone. Could be dangerous for them. They don't really have those teammates to really rely on, and it looks like they might have been spotted as well. So we'll see how that goes in a little bit. But meanwhile, Czech gonna be just holding on to this trifecta area. I never understand how they get enough loot over there, but they seem to always. So that's alright for them. And it's good central location as well in this zone.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that they move just back and forth between either side of the waterway. Because
probably.
that's how there's apparently enough buildings. As you can see, one of the Czech players on the opposite end. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Portugal now. Trying to see if they can find a few perks along the way. That stealth mode could definitely look to benefit them quite a bit. But I think one of the other strategies that Czech could maybe use here to get more loot is by taking on the engagements, right? So if somebody, like Perks, for instance, comes in their direction and they do succeed in stopping them in their tracks, they get an M4 as a reward.
It's very true. And a Vector if you want that. Trigger Discipline coming in clutch here. What's nice as well is that the rest of Portugal are being very quiet. Well, okay, never mind if they start moving in. Okay, well, they were being very quiet. Now they decide to move in, but Perks does go down. He was not aware of this off angle, and the heartbreaking thing about that is that it really feels like they waited for Czech to move in to regroup and make sure they had everybody in there, but they missed one. Might just be okay, though. They get that return and get the finish immediately, but Wandu is also down here. He's not even anywhere near. He's got an off angle going on. Not much they can do here. Hitsy gonna be walking around here or using the vehicle to move around, get that off angle, and all of a sudden Portugal are on the back foot, and I gotta commend Czech here for a surprise attack that they were not expecting. They have turned this around instantly.
Yeah. I mean, it was a lone straggler caught by an off angle, caught by an off angle, responded by with an off angle with a quick bit of a rush, right?
Yep.
And that is that altercation that we are looking at. And I mean, talk about a surprise. There it is. DBS and everything else now coming into play here. It is going to be Portugal down to Dicas as that clock is ticking. Will we see the push as the rest of Czech now gets ready for a bit of a play? Got to watch out for those shotties, as the SLK does cause quite a bit of damage. But now the push is there. Czech weighing up their options. How are they going to look to play through this? I mean, either side is going to be rocking with the shotguns, right? You can see the DBS, the S12K. So it is the battle of the shotties. Who will be the one to get it? Boom, boom, boom. They go. Dicas, getting super low. Beautiful headshot, though, onto Levy. So that is now Yen trying to bring their team and keep them back in contention.
Oh my goodness. There's no way. They got the res. He's out of shots now. He's trying to just get any points he can, but he needs to reload now, and that's going to be That's going to be the heal taken off. I mean, the point works, right? He's down to 1 HP. Nobody to res, so it's all on himself now. He needs to win this. He needs to get a little bit of that ammo. He's going to loot up a little bit. Latvia do go out in the meanwhile, and Greaser falling hard, but no, Tikas eventually is going to get taken on down. A really hard-fought game, but Czech is going to take this one.
Yeah, they are indeed, and what a beautiful exchange that was with the shotties. Now as we move over on towards Azerbaijan, they are going to be taking aim onto the side here of Serbia. But let's see if Serbia is going to be able to survive the push coming through here from Hartman. We have those 5.56 weapons getting utilized on either end. S12K also there's a little bit of backup. It's going to be Biscay now cooking it up. Are they going to let it loose? Well, we see Maxa also sending it out. Melas also now trying to get a little bit of something happening here, but the stops are going to, the shots rather, are going to deter them from letting that one get sent out. Melas also quickly just having to patch themselves up. Quite a bit of an exchange, though, that we've seen so far. 4 teams already making their way back into the lobby. Serbia, they are looking to be on a bit of a rampage here. Already 6 eliminations up. Let's see if they can secure those plays. We do say goodbye to yet another team as Belarus makes their way out of here. Oh, good spray coming through here from Maxa. Just backing it into that vehicle. Koa 77 up on the front line. Beautiful off-angle play here as Serbia keeps on dialing up the pressure. Biscay now also getting hit, but they're not necessarily getting confirmed up just yet. There is still a bit of an opportunity to get that red secured. Meanwhile, it's going to be Hungary and Azerbaijan still going at each other, trying to see who will be the one to claim the bridge, or at least what's left of it, right? Because we see them just on the outskirts there of, well, by none pretty much.
It's nice work from Azerbaijan as well. Keeping themselves to themselves. 1 point on the board so far. Hardman is down, which is unfortunate. He's usually a pretty decent shot for his team, right? But they got a central part of zone. As long as they don't overextend too much, they should be good to go. Now, I am interested in both the Netherlands and Romania up onto the north side as well. Romania continuing to have a large 2-2 split. Netherlands 1-2 split, it looks like, over to the north side. Still in the blue. I want to see how that's going to be going on down. But for now, we're going to stick with Azerbaijan, stick with Hungary down to the center side of zone. Hungary and Painan, they got a really nice little spread going on there. But we get a replay. Belarus, here we go. Tuba, oh, getting taken out with that vehicle. And yeah, Hardman, oh, the slow-mo and everything. Let's go. Nice work on Takoa. Really good stuff.
We're getting fancy.
Oh, yeah.
We're getting fancy. Production pulling out all the stops here. They're like, oh, yes, let's slow it down. Hungary also slowing it down, right?
Yeah.
Not getting into any fights at the moment. They have a nice little bit of peace and tranquility, at least for the time being. But just north of them is where we have Azerbaijan. We've got Spain. We've got Greece. We've got Serbia. We've got Czech. So a lot of pressure in the vicinity. So Serbia definitely in a good spot here. A nice high perch position to play off of. But yeah, Netherlands still out in the blue though, for some interesting reason that I can't quite figure out just yet. We can say the same there for Romania. As you can see, both teams now just flashing up onto the side of the screen there. But yeah, Albania, definitely want to see them secure a few more points. So far, they're looking good. I like their angle that they've got over towards that eastern side. But let's see if the zone likes them. The answer is yes, right? They can now look to apply quite a bit of pressure on towards that southern and western side of zone.
Mm-hmm. Immediately, they need to do a 2-2 split either side of these hills. Try and get as much control of this area as possible. The thing you don't want is for teams to start rushing you. Here we go. They're going to be rushing to the north side now. But you don't want teams to be rushing you and using up that space. You need to spread out. You need to use that space and control that space, because all that's going to do is push teams away from you and into each other, which means a higher position for you. But that doesn't seem to be the case. That's not what Albania is choosing to do here, which means Romania now has an opportunity to get that spot.
Ooh, Yeah, you don't want to let it slide unnecessarily, but I mean, it's not too bad of a spot.
No.
At least with regards to Albania, right? Romania being there, it's fine. They can't exactly see each other, and hopefully they don't necessarily bump into each other. It's all going to depend on who's going to look to do what. But of course, there we've got our top damage dealers coming in there. It's Maxa definitely dealing the most so far. 652. Hey, looking pretty good. Of course, one of our players there from the side of Hungary as well. The only country with more than one player there is, of course, the side of Serbia, as we got Kowa and Biscay on there. But it makes sense, right? Because they've got so many eliminations already. Hungary, though, they could find themselves a little bit of grease situated up in towards the compounds down in the valley. But you got to watch out for Azerbaijan off in the distance there as well. Could definitely be quite a costly play. So, Grills, just got to chills for the time being.
I like what Serbia is doing, though. They've moved outside of boot camp. They're in a 1-3 split. It's a little far for my liking. Koa's off on his own, to be honest, in a teeny tiny little compound, but no one's threatening that just yet. And I like that they're trying to just keep their options open. They're trying to keep as much control over that side of zone as possible. They are going to have to watch out, though, because the Netherlands moving in across the water looks like they're going to be centering up in boot camp themselves. I mean, to be fair, it's the only space on that side that is usable, that is free, but Romania might be looking for a little bit of trouble onto gameplays. They're gonna have to watch out here. I don't know if he's been spotted, but yeah, Serbia might have to watch out here for Netherlands.
So one thing that I definitely do think is that whoever gets zone blessed next is going to be the team that is going to first find themselves in a bit of a difficult situation, but if they keep a cool head, there's a high chance that they could actually have a very successful run for the remainder of this match. And Spain also now joining us up into the safe zone as they come in right behind Hungary. Gotta watch it though, because Hungary, they have their spidey senses are tingling, and I think this is that blessing that Albania and Romania has been hoping for, because they are absolutely blessed with regards to their positioning. The Netherlands are going to have a pretty tough time rotating. I think the most probable safe play would be maybe along the northern side, but it is going to put them at the mercy of the Romanians. So if they go for the south, they're going to have to deal with everybody else that we see situated on towards that western side.
And the good thing for Serbia is they've got that little bit of a dip down into that pond area, down into the marshes. It's looking really good for them to have that bit of a ridge, at least to create an opening into the proper side of zone. We'll see how that goes. Spain loses one to the zone, so that's just showing you the zone's really starting to tick away here. There's no time to be lost, but it's a very open bit of ground here, and looks like it's held down pretty well here, so they're going to have to be careful. Zone now moving on ahead again. This might be the end of the road for Spain, DK.
Yeah, it could very well be, because as we know, stage 4, that is a heavy blow, especially if you're running super low on those meds. Not quite sure if Blank is going to be able to make it out. We know Eclipse has made it, but the pressure is on. Now, Serbia, Koa 77 getting a nice poached position up on the edge. And this is where I think it's going to go. It's going to go quite tough now for the side of the Netherlands as well as Azerbaijan, as both sides will have to try and claw their way back into the zone, right? It's not going to be an easy rotation. And now Grills from the side of Hungary is going to go down. We still see the players there from Spain off in the distance as Eclipse gets popped. Down they go. Kendo trying to get that confirmation. Their teammate Blank not too far away, but they are going to find themselves in quite a bit of a hot potato spot here. It is going to be Azerbaijan right there alongside them. A little bit of a saving grace coming through here from Kendo, as they do spot the movement, trying to apply that pressure, trying to apply the angles, but you got to keep an eye on that blue, because Kendo themselves is also not within the zone just yet. Fortunately, doesn't have to move all too far, but the blue zone doing its thing, just eating players alive left, right, and center. And Keystone is now going to be the cornerstone here for Azerbaijan.
He has to be. He's the only one left alive and just trying to med up a little bit. The play zone again going over onto the Netherlands now. You're quite right. I think the MVP of this game's gotta be the blue zone. That's what we're starting to see here. Romania starting to make moves as well now. 1 elim on the board for them as they try and challenge Serbia coming into this game. Koa still up on that roof. EXO looking for that angle. And we do see Czech in the background there, so Serbia's gonna have to be a little bit cautious when it comes to these sort of high ground plays that could easily be spotted. Looks like they are gonna get this this res, and good thing too. Never mind, because Maxa had 4 elims, but he's not gonna be able to be taken on down. Biscuit is the next one to go down as well with that nade. Redox on the other side. This is really well played from Romania. Actually, some really nice angles coming through here. And all of a sudden, Koa is the only one left alive. Serbia just crumbles in front of Romania.
Yeah, but as you said, right, Romania playing a phenomenal position here, putting themselves in between Serbia and that zone. So not giving them any other choice here. But the pressure is going to be on. Let's see whether or not Bunny is going to be able to close it up. Koa taking a little bit of damage. The utilities now getting prepped on up as Romania gets ready for even more action. Oh, it's there and it's done. That is Serbia getting taken right out of the jungle down to the final 6. It is going to be Romania now trying to patch themselves back up again. Redox, get ahead of that blue zone, please. It's going to be Hungary, though, leading the charge, sitting on a very comfortable 6 eliminations. And they're starting to spread themselves out now, right? Looking to see how much off the zone they can actually utilize. And if they could potentially even maybe find a bit of a play onto the side there of Albania over towards the east.
Yeah, I like that they've left Albania alone so far. Most people have. It's not a position that you really want to have necessarily, or certainly isn't, I feel, valuable enough to try and challenge a whole full squad for. So we'll see how that works out for Albania. Is this going to give them just the space they need to kind of work and win this game? We'll see. Ooh. Keystone's still here. Greece is still here. Up is 3. But now they need to move out. They're the furthest from the zone, and this is where they really have to just full send it. There's not much else they can do. Greece is going to just walk up to Keystone. This is very easy points. There you go. Get your M4 out. There we go. Oh. Perfectly done with the QBZ. Really good work there. Greece get taken out. Hungary. Kendo going out next there. So Hungary just down to 1 solo. Well done, Keystone. GG's there.
That rampage pop-up that we saw just there, very well deserved and very true for Keystone, just capitalizing on the carnage ahead of them. That is how it is done. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Albania now testing their mettle against the side of Romania. 2v3 as the push comes in. 2v4, in fact. As Romania is the only crew with a full squad up. It's going to be EXO getting dropped on down. Elisio now trying to play the upset here. Overlay gets popped. There's another hit getting delivered. Redox now the final contender for Romania as Albania just mounts a super aggressive play against them. This is what we want to see. Teams clawing their way back into the fight, but it's not over just yet. Redox is still holding on and could still turn this whole engagement on its head.
This is what I was saying. Albania, they've been left alone. That's what they wanted. That's what they needed. Keystone does go out. We're down to just 4 teams left. I just don't know what happened to Romania. I think Elisio surprised them completely, able to get those 2 initial knocks, right? But after that, they weren't quite sure where they were going, what they were doing, and maybe just a little overconfident, maybe, or just confident without the backup. But Ghosty's looking for that last remaining player, looking for Redox. Redox will be spotted. Elisio gonna be taking him out. That's gonna be the 2nd elim for him. 5 total points on the board for Albania, and this is a team that really does need points.
Well, Elisio getting so very close to spotting Cyrex up on the ridge. And there we go. The follow-through is there. Elisio on fire. Already sitting on half the eliminations, half the contribution for the squad. Now it's going to be Levy, the final player, standing between Albania and a potential victory for them. This will be, if they get it, their very first winner chicken dinner. So let's see if they can lock it in. I mean, all odds in their favor. They've got zone, they've got numbers, they've got everything they need. All they need to do now is find Levy and send them backing. Alicia coming through with a little bit of a exploratory mission here. The movement is up. Mano misses the angle on Levy. But now the play is there. The utility is getting cooked on up. Let's see where it goes as Mano preps one up in turn. It's getting sent all the way up. And Eliseo coming through with a clinical strike, finishing it off and securing the very first winner chicken dinner for Albania. What a play.
GG's. Really well played, and you start to see that momentum coming through. Look at the confidence in Eliseo just moving in, going straight over, going, yeah, I've got half of my team's contribution. I've got half of our eliminations. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take you out and make it more than 50%. GG's. Is it the hugest point win we've seen? No. 7 eliminations. That's going to be a 17-point win. But with how close the leaderboards are, and I know we keep saying this, but I can't stress it enough, with how close the points are on the leaderboard, 17 means that they are 100% made it way past that top 16 mark.
Yeah, it puts them very squarely on 30 points, right? That is what they want to see. So, yeah, great performance coming through from the side here of Albania Style. Has somehow miraculously managed to not take a single hit alongside Mano as well.
Wow.
And of course, you remember, Albania, they pulled all the numbers through to the very end of this match. So, got to give a nice applause going out there to the side of Albania. This is the kind of gameplay that we want to see, and it makes sense because they've also been receiving so much support in the chat as well. So I'm pretty sure their fans are going to be absolutely happy about what we just witnessed right here. But yeah, great play. I mean, overall, the most that we've seen from them was 12 eliminations in total. Now they add even more to that tally. And speaking about tallies, of course, yeah, the teams just focused a lot more on aggression this time around, right? As you can see, throwables not being used as much. Very little of that being played throughout this game. Again, also driving distance has gone down quite a bit, and it makes sense because the map is only that big. But yeah, pretty good to see the team still keeping the momentum going, keeping that aggression flowing. And of course, Albania gonna step out of here with 17 points on the board. Hungary also then coming through with 13 points. And what's good for Hungary is they had 13 points before this match. Now they have another 13 to add on top of that. So that is going to sit quite well for them. Of course, Serbia and Czech also securing themselves even more additional points. For Czech, it's going to look pretty good, adding those 12 points to the 33 they had coming into this. I mean, it's just moving up, and up, right? Serbia, they sat on 19, adding an additional 10, almost half of what they had so far. So it is looking pretty positive on that front. Romania, they didn't really need points, but they got them regardless, right? They added on those 9, and that could maybe close the gap with regards to where Moldova is on the standings. Azerbaijan also doing pretty good there, adding even more to the tally alongside Greece. I think for Greece, this could maybe have been enough to get them a lot more secured within that top 16, but of course, only time will tell. Then we were looking at Portugal as well, also trying to add on additional points to do exactly the same thing.
We sure were. It's going to be interesting. I think Romania did enough to come back up on top, right? But coming into the second Sanhok, we will be reintroducing Montenegro back into Moldova, back into the mix here. So we'll see if there's going to be a little bit of a squabble coming into play in that next Sanhok. But this Sanhok was a really, really good game. We saw some great stuff. Again, Albania just left alone until they wanted to do something here. They weren't pestered to get into any sort of way. But Albania versus Serbia, both these teams doing some really good work here. Serbia a lot more aggressive, but remember, you know, Albania was all over onto the northeast side of zone. Nobody was really around them. Everybody seemed to kind of pile in on the other sides of zone. So just not that much of an opportunity, especially with those trees, to get the kind of damage that Serbia was getting.
Yeah, I mean, definitely looking at the position that they found themselves in. Of course, we had Romania to the north of them, being quite a bit of a buffer for all of that aggression that could have led over onto the side here of Albania. So, yeah, well played to them. And of course, Serbia also just really fighting as much as they could. And a great performance nonetheless. But we got to take a look at this. Yep, see, Romania, they closed the gap. There they are, coming through with 71 points, sitting right there alongside Moldova. Absolutely amazing, amazing stuff happening for them. Montenegro, of course, uncontested because, well, they didn't change anything with regards to their position. Also, no additional points going in their way, but still sitting quite comfortably on their points. Czech, they moved up all the way from 11th into that 4th position. Azerbaijan moved up. As a result, Latvia had to move down a little bit more. Georgia also moving down. Lithuania getting moved further down. France also, as a result of that, getting moved. Spain, that 1 point that they got, keeping them nice there in that 10th position. But Germany, they've moved all the way down to 11th. So it is a little bit of a change. But hey, you know, change is as good as a holiday. Albania, though, from 20th all the way up into 12th position. A phenomenal jump with regards to those points. You also got to give it up to Serbia, all the way up into 13th. They were sat in 16th. Greece also making moves, right? They went from 15th to 14th, increasing those points from 20 all the way up to 27. And yeah, we like what we see here.
We do. What's really scary, though, is Poland and Hungary are tied at 16th place with 26 points. So Croatia coming in here, Belarus, and Portugal as well. Those three teams definitely have a little bit of wiggle room. They need to take advantage of that because while the points are still so close enough to even tie, they could really be making some moves here in the next couple of games and get past those teams that are vying for that 16th place.
Yeah. But absolutely amazing showing coming through here for them. Of course, it's all going to come down to the last 3 games of the day. But you got to give it up, though, for Albania, right? I think, Alicio, that was a very exciting game for them because it's like, you know what? I still got it. Look at me go, you know? And I mean, Alicio coming in clutch there, coming through with those 4 eliminations. And it's good to see that kind of gameplay coming through from the side of Albania. Also got to give it up to Czech, right? Securing themselves those 6 eliminations as well. So a lot of good work being done throughout this match. But of course, the good work is not going to stop there because we're coming right back to the jungle again. This time swapping out Group B for Group C. So we'll be back pretty soon. In the meanwhile, enjoy the highlights from this match and we'll see you in a short few moments. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to move into the next half, the last half, the final stretch of the games for the group stage, right? Of course, we're heading into our last version of Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar. Already in the last one, we did see Albania coming in clutch, picking up a glorious, glorious winner chicken dinner. But now the question is, who's going to get the next one? Because Romania got the chicken yesterday, and today it was Albania, right? Romania were trying, but they couldn't quite get it done. Of course, then we saw in game 4 yesterday, it was Moldova that stepped up to the plate. And the big question here, Nep, is do you think Moldova are going to go for their third chicken? Or are they going to settle for the 2 that they have? Or could we maybe have somebody else looking to play the upset? Because, of course, remember, moving into this match, Group A and Group B are going to be playing, right? So we'll have Poland in the mix and a few others as well.
There we go.
We just got to test it. We got to test it. We got to make sure that everything's working. If you saw our lips moving and nothing else happening, we were just miming, or if it was the other way around, it was ventriloquism. Right? That's what we do. We got to keep everybody guessing, including ourselves. And that's just the way it is. Of course, hopefully there's not going to be a lot of guessing as we move into the following Sanhok. So I think with Group A, Group B, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how they're going to play through this. I think there's a golden opportunity for Croatia, France, Georgia, Lithuania, Moldova, Poland, and Wales to bring in everything they can. I still want to see Wales, right? I want to see Wales have a successful play. And I know I said it before, but I'll keep saying it until I see it, right? I want to see a good play coming through from the side of Wales because they've shown so much potential, right? Unfortunately, they've had a bit of a fight with the blue, and they've had a few fights with other obstacles along their way. But that's all I want. One happy play, and then I'll be good. Then I'll be good.
Yeah, exactly. And Sanhok is really the place to do that, right? You can dip your way in between the trees and sneak your way into some late game zones. Sure. And, make some plays from there. We saw it work for Albania, right? Time and time again, Albania have slightly struggled to actually get into that end game. But as long as they're allowed their space and allowed to be left alone, they do really, really good stuff. And maybe it's the same for Wales.
Well, only one way to find out, right? We're going to have to load into the match to see what the teams are going to be doing. Of course, we'll get into that very, very soon. Due to the amazing play that we saw from Albania, we have to reset the map, right? Make sure that everything is as it was before, right? Because Elisio did quite a number, in this last game, running through with the vehicles. We saw a lot of the utilities getting played, so we just got to make sure that everything is back to normal, at least to some extent. But Nev, this is where I want to ask you, what are you hoping to see coming into this next one, right? Are we going to be looking to a similar kind of zone shift as we saw in this past match, or do you want to see the zone maybe go elsewhere?
I mean, a similar zone would be interesting just to kind of compare the two groups a little bit better, maybe. And often on Sanhok, it tends to go, if you've got a couple of the same map, it tends to go in the same direction day to day, I feel like. That's just kind of the trend we've been seeing. So it's entirely possible we could get a very similar zone here. Honestly, today, I don't mind. I really just want to see how the teams play whatever zone there is. But yeah, I don't think I mind.
Well, we're going to find out soon, right? As we are getting ready to move on in. I can hear the hum of the engines. in the distance. Yes, just hitting that right frequency. But anyway, we are going to be moving in pretty soon. And I'm excited as to, what our teams are going to be doing. I wonder if Group A are going to look to dominate yet again. Or will we see a little bit of that play then over on towards the Group B side? I mean, we've seen, as you've mentioned before, right? Poland stepping up. We've seen France stepping up. We've seen Croatia stepping up. We've seen Georgia stepping up. Everybody and their friends stepping it up here today. And I'm curious to see who will be the one to succeed in those strategies, because, there is going to be a lot of that at play here. I want to see hot drops, though. Right, we are seeing a little bit more of that. We did have a little bit of that coming into this past Sanhok as well. But let's see if we can have a little bit more, as we are going to be venturing straight on in. And here we go. We are going to be coming through from that western side, heading towards the east. So at least there'll be an opportunity for the teams to get themselves pretty well situated.
Hot drop? Are we seeing another hot drop? We could entirely be seeing another hot drop here, especially over on boot camp, right? It's the last Sanhok of the qualifiers, or the qualifying stage rather, before the finals tomorrow. So it's entirely possible we could see something of that nature coming on through here. Let's see who we got going on. We got Georgia moving in quite heavily over onto that North Island side. 3 teams up there, but doesn't really look like they're going to be doing too much hot dropping. Boot camp, surprisingly, no hot drop whatsoever. Gonna be nothing going on there. I will say that France seems to have found one of the solos from, is that Hungary? Yeah, that is. So Robs is going head-to-head there, quite possibly. No, Grill's found a vehicle first, so he's going to speed away there. Nothing to be done there. Silence will be taking out one of Croatia, though. Very early loss for Croatia. One of the teams that really did need points in this match to keep on going. But I tell you what, Lithuania have been struggling so far today. Also a team that need the points, so that is going to be one going over to Lithuania. First blood as well. Going to be over onto Silence.
Well, I mean, that's of course if Lithuania wants to go from the top 8 into the top 6. Yes, then they need points.
Yes.
Other than that, not too much, right? But yes, there is quite a bit of a issue with regards to the overall points and the gap in between them, right? If we look all the way from 4th or 5th place, right? 4th is on 45, 5th is on 43 points, and we look to 19th. That's quite a gap. Right, there is not that many points really separating them. Total is about 20 points between 19th and 5th place. So that's 14 slots that could all be jumbled up and shuffled up as we take a look at our glorious northern zone that has now made its appearance. So yeah, we do have a slight little bit of a shift, a slight little bit of a change as to where we are going to be starting off the proceedings here. But Albania finds themselves again smack dab center zone. So a good call coming through with regards to their drop location. Yeah,
really nice indeed. Latvia taking out some shots over there onto Croatia as well. Croatia just, okay, well done. Well, that's the end of that chase right there. Hitting a rock, cool. But Croatia making their escape and just trying to find anywhere they could go, really. Just a duo left alive for Croatia. Let's see how they fare. Oh, and straight into Azerbaijan they go. Oh, how unfortunate for Croatia. Oh, they speed out just in time. They realize their mistake and they're out of there. They got that fancy car to speed them out. Nicely done. Good. That's a good avoidance there. It could have gone very, very much worse for them.
Yeah, it definitely could have, but as you said, good avoidance indeed. Chaos seems to be crashing into things, right? But it makes sense because the name says chaos, so there is a little bit of chaos. It comes through with regards to the driving and getting themselves positioned as they move towards Camp Bravo. Of course, just picking up the rest of the team as they now, well, they were in Camp Bravo, but it seems like they're moving further and further afield, right? Focusing more towards the edge of zone. But that's also where, well, Lithuania is. So here we are. Let's see. Chris now has been dropped on down. It's going to be Keep and the rest of the Latvia team there, side by side. I mean, also only 1 point currently separating both these teams on the leaderboard, but with the players here from Lithuania scoring that point. Ooh, they do even it up. Big little bit of an altercation here. The utilities getting sent out in all directions. It's going to be Keep and Chaos all now rushing through. Chaos, the last one left to defend the honor of Latvia here in Sanhok. The spray is there. The shot is coming clutch, and that is the jump shot from Trouble as Lithuania gets the squad wipe and puts themselves ahead of Latvia in the standings. So what an amazing play. I mean, Trouble almost found themselves in a bit of trouble themselves there as well.
They absolutely did, yeah. Really nice even fight from the two of them. Latvia, though, where have they gone, DK? Because they won the first game yesterday, and since then, we have really yet to see too much from them that was as dominant as that first game. They've kind of just... They've been here and there, but not really anywhere particularly. So Moldova is now going to be rushing through Wales. Again, unfortunate. Even Wales, like, out in the middle of basically nowhere. Kampong. I mean, outside of zone, just in somewhere in the fields, and they still get found. So really unfortunate tale for Wales here. But they're going to have to do their best.
I think looking at Wales, what is a little bit troubling here is how widely they are spread out. I mean, yes, you're not necessarily expecting anybody to hard drop on you or to drop in close proximity, as we saw with Moldova do. But still, right? I'm gonna try and keep it a little bit more condensed. So it's not over just yet, right? Wales could still put up a fight. They could still drive away the players there from Moldova, and it seems like that might be what we have happening right here. But the big concerning matter here is, of course, going to be that blue that is making its way on through, slowly closing up. And so if they have to get their butts all the way back in towards the zone. Fortunately, though, there is a bit of a barrier being created for them, right? Moldova, Lithuania having a bit of an altercation over on towards the salt plains there. It does present a bit of an opportunity for the pressure to be alleviated ahead of Wales's rotation.
Yeah, there's lots of potential here in this new zone, or in the zone that's coming up. We might see that change maybe to the center, maybe to the north side. But honestly, these teams have it locked down pretty well. I really like what we're seeing out of Portugal as well in particular, right? Large split over to that western side rather, over onto Ha-Tin. Azerbaijan holding down this compound, really locking down this particular area. Trying to keep Moldova out of here, out of the way. But I will say, Croatia have found themselves a really good spot in Mungna. Yes, they're a duo, but there is no one even close to them up there. So, for them, that could be a really good survival tactic.
It could be indeed. Let's see whether or not that is going to be what is on the cards. For the time being, it's going to be Matic just doing a little bit of that due diligence, scanning the windows. Cyrex also looking to see if they can maybe poke and prod at a little bit of something. But of course, those rotations now coming on through. Georgia actually going for a bit of a botation. It's been a hot minute since we've seen one of those.
Sure has.
Not necessarily providing the teams with a lot of opportunity to do that. Unfortunately, it is going to be Dragon getting picked up there as Narvalo comes back on in. Nice little bit of a cheeky play. Bobby Boy prepping that M4. It's going to be a 1v4, so not necessarily the best spot, the best place to try and take it, but hey, you got to risk it if you want the biscuits. Let's see whether or not that is going to be at hand here for them.
Yes, indeedy. Oh! Yeah. That's nice. There we go. Oh, no! No! He made noise too far, too close to the last player. He should have waited just a tiny bit more there, let France fully go. I don't think he realized Narvalo was behind him there. Really, really unfortunate for Wales, but Wales will be going out again here. 0 points on the board. Nothing to say. At this point, to be honest, DK, I think we could probably write them off here. Maybe.
I'll be the optimist. I'll be the optimist and say it's not over until it's over. Right? It's not done until it's done, until we've hit game number last. But in the meantime, talking about last, let's see whether or not Albania can outlast the utilities coming through here from the side of Serbia. Serbia, of course, now knocking at the door. Albania sitting with just a 3-piece as Mano has been picked up. But a nice bit of a spread here. Eliseo just trying to keep quiet, hoping for a few interesting angles to maybe present itself. Ghosty as well as Style just holding nice and steady. I mean, one well-placed nade here from Eliseo. If Serbia is close enough, could definitely present a golden chance for a quick, easy, cheeky pickup. Oh, the nade is out.
Easy.
The angle is there. There's the opener. Gotta watch it out, though. Biscay sends it up. This could be Eliseo's opportunity to jump. Of course, it is going to be Serbia taking a wide spread on the angles here. Oh, Eliseo trying to cover it all, but that is going to be it. Melas with a quick response. Now it's going to be up to the rest of the Albanian team to see if they can clutch up here. Serbia going to keep their presence quite aggressive. As you can see, Maxa also just popping it in. Melas coming through looking to finish the job, and that is exactly what they do. Serbia serving a little bit of that humble pie across the way.
They really, really did. And the crazy thing is they're about to get this full reset as well. Like, what on earth is that? I mean, Albania, they had that element of surprise, but they just didn't follow through effectively. And you got to have it from start to finish, man. You can't just be going, oh, we got the start, but what about the ending? Otherwise, you're going to leave them time and space to get right back up and do the exact same thing to you. So, GG's to Serbia, doing well on that side of the zone. We are going to see Moldova up there as well, near Croatia. Doing some things, running around, trying to find a spot. France as well, outside of zone. Georgia also moving into that eastern side. So I think we're going to see quite a bit of action coming up here in just a couple of minutes, DK. And don't forget about Portugal. Look who's just made an appearance over by Cal.
Ooh. Holy cow, here they come. Gonna push it up. Who is gonna get it though? Portugal still have a bit of a way to go. I mean, they've been rotating for the longest time, coming all the way from that northwestern side of the map. Serbia still looking very confident and comfortable up in towards the lovely Paradise Resort. But here we go, as the teams now continue to make their push, make their play. France also on that far southern side, looking to see if they can maybe find a bit of an approach here. They are going to have to push through the side of Czech while keeping their eyes peeled. They know that there's something in the grass. There's something nearby. Where it is or what it is, don't quite know. But they'll find out pretty soon. You can see Azerbaijan also not too far away. A little bit further down the hillside. But here we go. There's going to be Naravalo now trying to pop on in. Yen taking... or rather being on the receiving side. And I know also right there on the front line, getting up close and aggressive as they push on towards Czech.
Yes, indeed, and that's what they need. That aggression builds momentum, right? As long as you do it correctly. That was nearly correctly, right? It is correct enough because it gives an opening here. He's got to pull back. That leaves some space, and this is where France is now going to be moving on in, taking those nades, storming those buildings, and then moving on up. There we go. Tree with that vehicle. I was waiting for the vehicle to make an appearance here. Great nade there. Takes down Yen just a little bit more. Some nice nades coming back at them, but I really need to see them take a few more angles here. Let's wrap this up. There's other teams waiting. Where's their fourth player actually for France? There's an off angle coming in, but he needs to be up front and center here. And meanwhile, Czech doing everything they can to stop them. Moldova does go out there. Interesting turn of events over onto the other side of zone, but as we stick with France and stick with stick with Czech, that's going to be a really nice knock, and that is the push, DK.
Yeah, it was Georgia, of course, that ended the play there for Moldova. Now, see whether or not France can end the play here for Czech. A very sweaty spot here. I mean, Hitzi just one cough away. There we go.
GG.
I'm getting backed on up, but I was waiting for this play. Lithuania now going to step up to the plate. They were waiting their turn, looking to see if they can find an opportunity to also get in on the action here. Silence and Trouble making their presence known as they get ready to move on forward. France now just coming out of the one engagement, having to prep themselves for yet another. I know is also getting hit across the way. And this is a great play actually coming through from the side here of Lithuania, because they are capitalizing on a slightly weakened France, right? They have expended a bit of their ammo. They've used up a few of their meds. And Lithuania, I mean, they are good and healthy and ready to go. So let's see who is going to be the one to play the pressure cooker angle here.
Let's see, indeed. 9 teams remaining. Croatia down to a solo, but still hanging on for dear life. Hungary in a little bit of a world of hurt. Looking very low on that front. Oh, wait, Enos. Now getting taken down to their knees a little bit there. France on the top of the leaderboard, though, I will say. 6 eliminations, but now it's all starting to crumble. DK, this team can get the elims, they just can't get to end game. I don't know what it is about them. But right now, Robs is having to be healed back up. They've flown a little bit too close to the sun, it feels like. And Tree is still doing his thing, trying to distract, trying to find any sort of angle he can. And it's just not going to be there, not going to work. They're still outside of zone. Why have you gone for the compounds at all? I slightly confused, ever so slightly, but I understand at the same time. Robs is just asking to get knocked there. That's going to be the end of him. Great nade here from Tree. Narvalo trying to follow up, but doesn't make it either. So once again, DK, Tree is a solo for France.
I mean, yeah, that is a fact, and we can't argue that. It is going to be Azerbaijan as well as Georgia now trying to make it quite difficult here for the side of France as they do uproot the team, and off they go, making their way back from whence they came. At least walking out here with 6 points to their name. Croatia, in the meanwhile, picking up a little bit of Portugal along the way, trying to lock it down as the zone has shifted ever closer to them. But again, not necessarily the easiest angle and easiest play to make. Poland, though, in the meantime, they've moved up into center zone. Nobody there to knock on their door because everybody else is fighting for a slice, a bit of a spot, a bit of an angle, a bit of a position moving into this next phase. Azerbaijan, Lithuania are getting ready for their exchanges here. As you can see, Trouble now getting met with a few of those utilities. Spray now coming in behind Azerbaijan as the pressure continues to mount. That is going to be Georgia also looking into the action. Trouble narrowly avoiding that knock, heading up into their direction. I'm curious as to whether or not Georgia is actually going to rush in on towards Azerbaijan.
Time will tell. Azerbaijan have done such a great job of holding down, I believe it was this compound. They've been here the entire game. Trouble does go down. It's just Silence left alive now, and Azerbaijan know it. The 3 are going to be moving on in. 5 eliminations on the side of Lithuania. Top 8. That's 1 placement point if they go out here. So not bad. There they go. But Azerbaijan, that means Keystone, rather. 4 eliminations. That's a squad wipe for him. Well, the equivalent of a squad wipe. I hear you chuckling. Yeah. I know why. Yeah. But yeah. Some good stuff coming through. Yeah. Yep.
It's going to be Serbia also now stepping up in the feed, as we can see the shots getting sprayed all over the place. Serbia now all the way up onto 5 eliminations. But look at this. Hungary with a beautiful nade onto the side there of Portugal as Faria gets hit from afar. Serbia moving in behind them. Got to watch out for that. Marin also just riding that wave as they get ready to find their approach, find their play, their angle moving forward. Hungary, let's see if they can find what they need to have. They've now essentially locked down a nice controlling position, good portion up on towards that northeastern side of zone. Portugal, Dikas in a very, very difficult position here. Croatia are going to be the next team that we say goodbye to, as we are now down to the final 6. Azerbaijan trying to hold on with everything they've got. Khan I don't think they've got any meds left, so it is going to be Khan and Hardman now having to try and figure out how on earth they are going to make it into that very late game. Of course, the blue zone is going to start moving up very soon as well, and so that is going to start hurting the players, as you said yesterday, further into this next phase.
Mm-hmm. But it's all starting to kick off now. Stage 6. About to become Stage 7, DK. It's gotten smaller and smaller. And I will say Serbia in a good position here to do exactly what Albania did in the last game. Just keep to yourself. Keep to your position. Keep your position. And then go at them when you need to, right? So they are looking very good for that full squad up still. 6 eliminations on the back. And Georgia now just full sending into what they're going to try and make zone. At the moment, they just need to heal up. It's a 3v1, it looks like, at this point, just because of the split that the Poland has got going on here. Really, really hard to combat as well, because Poland are busy on the other sides of zone as well. There's somebody right behind them. So definitely something to watch out for there. Poland feeling a little bit of that pressure. Hungary behind Poland as well. And then Serbia just watching it all.
But I think for Serbia, it's a really good spot being up on the high ground, as we can see them towards that western side. Portugal, unfortunately, are not going to make it out of this one, as we do see Tikas getting taken on down. It's now Poland, Georgia, having a bit of an altercation here. The utilities coming through. Kid, ooh, narrowly escaping that one, but a great opportunity to get the heck out of there as they quickly retreat back to the safety of the rest of the team. Now it's going to be up to Georgia to try and reclaim a little bit of that territory, as they've now just moved in. Blue zone is going to start making its way on through as well. And so Serbia, they will have to move, right? They had a good spot, but now they are going to have to get quite aggressive to kind of blaze their way into the stage number 8, which is about to find us. Now, Hungary holding nice and steady. You can see them over towards that eastern side of the zone. Serbia trying to figure out how are they going to breach. Right, they can hear movement. They can see, of course, those shots just lighting up. But how will they find this next rotation? Georgia, absolutely golden angle that they've got here. Serbia getting really put through the ringer on this one. Neymar also getting hit with the nade. Is going to be back, also picked on through. Hungary trying to hold on. The blue is going to start nipping at their heels as we do take our approach onto stage number 9, meaning no more zones and nothing but blue, as our final 4 teams will have to fight it out for that winner-winner chicken dinner.
But look at where the zone's gone, straight down to Serbia. Yes, okay, it's gone to Georgia as well, but Serbia, this is definitely what they needed. That's not what they needed. That's not what they needed at all. Georgia able to just take out Koa there, stopping them in their tracks. Hungary is eliminated now, so it's just up to Georgia, Poland, and Serbia. These 3 teams, the zone's moving in. Stage 9 is going to be upon us, and Serbia, what looked like a win for them, is quickly crumbling. It's just Melaz now, ready and waiting for somebody to peek that rock. That's all he's got, but maybe, just maybe, nope. Okay, Georgia, no, he's there, because I was just thinking, maybe they'll go ahead and fight Poland instead, but it does look like they're both going to be pointing at that middleman.
Yeah, I mean, Mela's actually with a decent spot there. Unfortunately, it wasn't decent enough as they just got picked on up, but now it's going to be Georgia and Poland so duking it out for that chicken. Is going to be a 2v3.
Whoa!
An absolute showdown.
Brilliant.
And there we have it. It is going to be
Wow.
Poland to come in second. Georgia step on up to the plate, securing themselves that winner chicken dinner. And it's also their very first victory here as well.
It sure is, and well earned indeed. Remember, Georgia is the team that had that botation early on in the game, which we love to see. We love to see it. You know, it's such good fun to see a botation pay off. They played that very, very well. They came in exactly where they needed to. So again, we have back-to-back on Sanhok, not our highest point wins, but wins are wins, right? Both Albania and Georgia having their first wins over here on Sanhok means a lot, especially when you start looking down that leaderboard as well. Georgia a little bit higher up than Albania were coming into their win. But still, that's going to be a 19-point game for them. That is huge when we look at those leaderboards.
Yeah, so, you know, Georgia, they're going to sit happy at the end of this match. We'll find out exactly how happy because we'll see the points pretty soon. But Makara also only taking 74 damage while being quite heavy with regards to the damage on those eliminations that they've been able to find. So I like this for the teams, looking pretty good. Everybody doing as much as they can right here. But Georgia just managing to do the most. And, well, they are going to be smiling all the way up until the next match. Then we'll find out just for how long these smiles are going to continue to last. Of course, they are in Group B, and they'll be playing the next one as well. So, yeah, very good performance there on their end. Let's take a look at our stats for this match here. A lot more driving. The previous one was only, 22,000? This time around, a far greater distance getting covered. And also the throwables has ramped up quite a bit, all the way up to 102. So, yeah, gotta like what we're seeing right here. But the team's definitely being super aggressive, and that was what we love to see. Sanhok, definitely one of those maps where it's okay to be overly aggressive.
Yes. Yeah, it is. You can overextend a little bit. You can try and just go for it, throw your nades. We saw France do it, right? I would have liked maybe a tiny bit more aggression or more momentum coming through from them, but they were waiting for that knock, and once they got that knock onto Czech, they were going for it. So really love to see that from them, from a lot of these teams. That's just one example of what we saw here in this last game. Georgia taking, of course, that top spot in the match rankings with 19 points. Serbia and Hungary, both teams with 12 points in second and third place there, and then Poland with 11. So quite a few teams that we haven't seen too much of so far today, really bringing in those double-digit numbers.
Yeah, and this is where we now get to see whether or not the numbers that they've been able to secure in this match is going to serve them moving through once we get onto those overall standings. I mean, Portugal, also, they added a few additional points on. That might even be enough to maybe get them a little bit closer. Who knows? France, though, I like what they've been doing so far today. Yeah, 6 points necessarily, not the craziest that we've seen, but definitely amount of points that could serve them quite well. Moldova, yeah, went from 71 points on the overall standings, adding an additional point to that. So just wrapping it up with 72. So let's see whether or not, it's going to do or make any difference with regards to what we have on the standings. But I'm curious to see where Georgia ends up when we take a look at that. In the meanwhile, these games are proving to be quite challenging. And that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see these teams work for each and every point that they can find along the way. I mean, speaking about work, look at this. Hungary also putting in quite a bit of work in this past match. I
mean, Hungary is probably one of the only teams apart from Wales that really needs points. If I'm remembering that leaderboard correctly, Hungary definitely need those points, and the points they get, 8 eliminations and doing the damage to earn that as well. They did a really good job. Over the last couple of games, they've been really coming into their own, I feel like. And yeah, Hungary have been doing a really good job. Definitely, or possibly, enough to get them into that top 16. We still have 2 matches to go, and the way the leaderboards are looking, I know we keep repeating it, but definitely could be going any which way. Here we go. Moldova still going to be there with 72. Romania still going to be there with 71. In fact, Montenegro into third as well. There's no change in the top 3. Georgia is the big story here. With that one win, 4th place they go up into 57 points to their name, 1 away from 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, that's great for Georgia, all the way from 7th to 4th. Great jump. Azerbaijan, no movement on their end. Czech, as a result, also being moved from 4th down to that 6th place. Lithuania going all the way from 8th up into 7th. France moving from 9th to 8th. Up is up, right? But then also we see Serbia. Serbia all the way from 13th up into 9th place. Nice. So a very good performance coming through there from them. Of course, Latvia all the way from 6th down to that 10th position. Hungary all the way from 16th to 11th place, right? So quite a bit of a leap up those overall standings. But of course, we need to see how this then impacts the rest of the lobby. Poland, they've moved up from 15th place into 12th as a result of all the movers and shakers that we've seen now. And also the fact that we only had a few teams participating in this last match that results in the teams being where they are. So Team C, Group C, they've mostly just kind of stayed where they were, right? Spain was in C, Germany was in C, Albania, they were in A, but they've now been moved down to 15th place, and we saw them in 12th position, but because they got no points in the last match, they were the first team to leave. Well, their points stayed unchanged, right? So they are where they are. Greece, of course, right there alongside them. Portugal making a few moves, moving all the way from 19th up into 18th position. And yeah, the points are on the board. I'd also love to see a little bit of something coming through from the side of, I'd say, Netherlands, right? Because we've not really seen much between the past few matches for the side there of the Netherlands themselves. But fortunately, we are going to be looking at them for the next two matches as they are in Group C. So again, there's an opportunity for still a few upsets to be had. But yeah, it is going to be that main focus now on the top 16 as we push into our final two games of the day.
It is indeed. I'm really looking forward to the Netherlands. We saw some cool stuff from them coming into the game number one, but it just hasn't really panned out. Hopefully, after these two Sanhoks, we'll be able to see a little bit more from them, starting with our Erangel in the next match, DK. I'm looking at them specifically because I want to see a little bit more. They have something left in the tank. I know they do. They just need to show it.
Well, only time will tell, and of course what time will also tell is that it's time for us now to head into a break. So on that one, enjoy the highlights from this past match, and we'll see you in a short bit. Welcome back, guys. We're getting ready to move on. We're not quite 100% ready. That's why I said we're getting ready, right? So, yeah, we had a little bit of a break now, but we seem to need a little bit more. So we are going to be heading into another break and enjoy the videos, enjoy maybe a few replays or something that is going to be coming up as well. But Nep, next up, we are going to be heading into Erangel. We are going to be heading into Miramar, the final 2 matches for the day. The deciding matches to see who is going to be making it into our top 16. So there's going to be a lot on the line as well. Group A or C, Group C, they're going to be having their full go. Group B is going to end up next, and then Group A will be playing their final game. But on that, it's time for another break. So we'll see you guys back in a short moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to move into the final two matches. It is going to be Erangel and Miramar that is going to be coming up. Of course, in this match, well, we are going to be having one of our groups finishing their games for the day. That, of course, is going to be the countries in Group B. So that is Croatia, France, Georgia, Lithuania, Moldova, Poland, and Wales. This next match is their final opportunity to secure points to get them on the standings to where they want to be, and where they want to be is the top 16, right? Because that's who's going to be moving on to tomorrow's games. And it's going to be a little bit different to today, but we'll get to that when we get there. In the meanwhile, I think there is going to be a lot to look forward to, because as we know, the Group B, I don't even know what Group T is, but Group B definitely has a few exciting teams in there as well. We know Poland, they've been doing some magical things here today, right? They climbed all the way up to that 12th position after the previous match. Georgia, they've done some great things. I'm trying to see who is still needing points. I think it's essentially basically just Croatia that could do with a nice little side order of points. But they're going to have to get enough so that they don't have to stress about the final match.
Yeah. Well, exactly. That's a huge factor coming into this, right? Because you do have this whole thing of Group A, or Group B rather, they are the last, this is their last game. They have to not only do enough points to get them into the top 16 now, but also to finish in the top 16 at the end of the other match where their other two groups will be performing. Especially Group C here, because Group C are going to be playing both games. This is their chance to shine. This is their chance to come in and take over the other two groups. So for Group B, gosh darn it, for Group B, this is looking like a very kind of pressurized sort of zone, really. This is pretty scary for them.
But I mean, realistically, there's only one team. As I'm comparing what we have, the Group B has been doing pretty good, though. The only team that needs points is Croatia. That's essentially the only team, right? Yeah. I mean, France is in the top 16. Everybody is in there, except for Wales, who we've been seeing having a little bit of a tough time here. And that's okay, right? It's okay. But so there's still an opportunity for Croatia. But I think for Croatia, realistically, if they want to ensure that they have something of a position that they don't necessarily need to stress too much about, they're going to have to try and get a chicken, right? Yeah. And I think that's a realistic goal to aim for. To ensure that you get in, that you're safe after the next match, you're going to have to try and aim for a chicken.
Yeah. It's exactly what needs to be done, especially when you think about how many ties in leaderboard we really do have, and those wins are definitely going to be coming into play here as a tiebreaker. So if you want to make sure you don't get tied out of the top 16, then you're really going to have to make sure you have a win under your belt here. But as we get into the playing path, we are looking over across to Georgopol from Lipovka. A lot of teams moving on out. For Greece, this is a perfect drop, or rather playing path. They get to drop right down onto their spot. Same for Romania over by Milta. Wales looks to be going over with Moldova, though, to Yasnaya. That's going to be an interesting fight we're going to be seeing there at some point. And Georgia going over to Watertown. An interesting drop coming in here. Not one we see much in esports.
Yeah, definitely not one that we see all too often, but always exciting to have nonetheless. So, this is similar to the last match that we had yesterday. Yeah, Matic.
Hot drop Watertown?
Yeah, I mean, this might be a watered down hot drop, but hey, a hot drop is still a hot drop.
I have questions. I have so many questions.
I will have to watch to get them answered, right? We'll find out soon. As Georgia got that first elimination on the board already, it's going to be Lithuania and the Netherlands finding themselves in a bit of an altercation. Lithuania getting kicked the heck out of Dodge. So the Netherlands, also one of those teams situated a little bit further down the overall standings. And if they keep this ball going, they could definitely climb quite a bit. And I think Croatia might be in a bit of trouble then, right? We need to see who is going to look to get what done here today.
That's crazy. Lithuania done for today. They've done all they can do. They're back to the lobby, and they just have to wait for the results after match number 6 now. So, tough spot for them to be in at this point in time. Moldova looking over towards Wales, looking much more aggressive than I think we've seen them in the past, and they actually have 4 people with them here all in one place. It's nice to see. Not going to do much for Drag, though. He is going to go on down, get taken out immediately, so back down to 3. Wales will go. There goes another one. Barbie Boy can't do much at all here. That is rough. That is rough on Wales. Moldova, but the thing is Moldova have that momentum, right? They've already got a win under their belt. They're looking pretty good. They're feeling really good. A really nice spray, and that's going to be the end of Wales very quickly there. Wales, the next to fall. They will not be joining us tomorrow. There is no doubt about that. They've done all they can do. And just no points going their way in this game. It's
unfortunate. But,
yeah,
you know, they tried to make the most. Unfortunately for Wales, they were going up against the monsters we see here, Moldova.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, nice try, though, I would say. You know, good attempt being made here. Unfortunately, not quite working out in their favor. But on the other side, we've got the Netherlands that have decided, like, well, they are going full out for aggression. They are not going to look to do anything else. They want to try and secure themselves a few additional points and see if they can maybe make that push, get that place secured to get themselves all the way onto that doorstep of the top 16. So for Netherlands, they need at least 9 points, I'd say, at the very least, to get right to tied with 16th. So yeah, aim for 10 points minimum. If they get anything less than 10, then we know, unfortunately, it is what it is. Belarus also one of those countries that could have quite a bit of a say in it, but both the teams that I've just mentioned are in Group C, as you've said, right? So not only do they have this match, but they have the next one as well.
Yep. They do indeed. I'm not sure we knew that Poland lost one early. Did we miss that? I feel like we kind of missed that somewhere. Oh, no, you know what? I'm silly. That was over by Watertown, wasn't it? That one solo over by Watertown. I was wondering what had happened there, but yeah. Croatia gonna be actually by themselves in North George. That's an interesting play from everybody else, right? You don't often see it. I feel like in the last Erangel we had everybody up there. Not so much now, as France has Pachinki to themselves as well. They're going to get out of dodge, though. That zone's moving in. And these teams want to get to the fighting. They are ready to go. They're starting to make those rotations with 3 minutes left on the clock. And honestly, you'll have to see it. There's no slowing down. There's no waiting around. They are ready to get to it. As Germany should, though, DK. 1,000 meters to go for them.
Yeah, they better start legging it, right? They got to get those vehicles rolling on forward, as not only do they have to close up the gap, but they also have to make it into that zone securely. So there's still quite a bit of ground where they need to push on through. Let's see if they'll be able to secure a position. Meanwhile, Greece also going to be making their play here as they now start to move on up. We see Greece, where do we have them on the map right now? I'm trying to find them, but I can't really figure out.
The death dip.
Yes, never
Shelter.
mind. Never mind. I just forgot what I was looking at, right?
Lol.
And I was looking right at them. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll just blame it on, I don't know, something. Whatever. It is what it is. In the meanwhile, up comes Netherlands as they now roll in alongside the players here from Poland, getting into a little bit of that Rozhok action. Looking to see if they can go on a rampage. So far, 3 points up. And that was Patron that got that secured. Let's see whether or not Rambo and the rest of the team can also bring it in. Oh, I say Rambo and it gets whooped out of the vehicle.
Yeah, Ked had a really nice little angle there, and oh, Patron looking to get eating the nade. Oh my goodness me. That's going to be a huge loss for the Netherlands 2 down, it seems. It was 2 down, right? Yeah, I think it was. So, Ked and the rest of Poland actually very, very happy with how this has gone, but where are the others from the Netherlands? Why did they push on their own? Why were they allowed to push on their own? And where is their backup now? It's gone. There's nothing. They have to just go away. And that's the Netherlands down to 2. That really could have been avoided, DK.
It definitely could have been, but you know, sometimes you just gotta try a strategy and see if it works. Is it the best to try and do it on your second to last match? Not necessarily, but hey, you never know. It could have worked out in their favor, but at least for this instance, well, not at least, but as we know, unfortunately for this instance, it didn't quite work out. Now it's gonna be Moldova and Greece having a little bit of that Pubg GTA action coming through here. It's gonna be a hot chase. And see who will be the one to survive the onslaught. Greece already getting a knock, getting over to their side as they now pull up, trying to pull in towards Pachinki and into the fields. I don't see Greece picking up their knocked player. Doesn't seem like that one is going to be on the cards just yet, as we've got 2 of them rolling up here. Yep, the confirmation is in, and that is Greece down to a 3-piece. Now, if they continue moving much further down towards that southern side, they are, of course, going to be running into the side of Romania.
Aren't they just? The zone has moved over to Pachinki, though, so a little bit of a respite. Not going so far to the west for a lot of these teams on the east. They'll be happy with that. Spain's starting to move in now. They're going to be holding up on Gaka's areas there. And Belarus, I will say Belarus has the entire south side to themselves so far. So for Belarus, this zone is looking very good. They just have to make sure they keep it that way. And otherwise, we're looking at some real big clashes over by these hills in the middle, over by the east, and over to the north as well. Some big areas of contention here as Romania fall again.
Ooh, that is not good. But let's see, it's not all over just yet. There's going to be Moldova and Romania going at it. Look at the sprays coming through, though. I mean, Lost just lighting it up. Already 6 eliminations sitting on the side here for Moldova.
Wow.
I mean, Romania, like, it's like Moldova kind of stole a little bit of their thunder from yesterday, as they do end the run for them right then and there. And it is game, set, match, as Moldova now climb all the way up to 9 points.
9 eliminations. Stage 2 has only kind of just popped, DK. We're looking at very, very, very early eliminations, and so many of them as well. Look how many teams have fairly high numbers for this stage in the game. We've not even seen Stage 3 yet, and Georgia already has 4, Netherlands 3, Poland 2, etc. It's looking really, really good, really action-packed, and the Netherlands trying to hold on here. They have been found by Belarus. Belarus definitely have the man advantage. It's a 1v something. Ugh! Tubba trying to get those shots, misses all of them. There we go, brings out the Scar, and that's going to be the end of the Netherlands. A few points to their name, but not as many as they were hoping for.
I didn't know you spoke Chewbacca, but well done. In the meanwhile, I'm looking at France sat there and smack the center zone, right? They are yet to find points, and they've got quite a few teams now starting to move closer and closer to them. But I'm curious as to whether or not they're actually playing a slightly more passive approach, right? Trying to keep themselves out of harm's way, at least for the time being. If it's up to Greece, the answer's going to be no, right? They're just going to rush in and kick the door down and say, give us a little bit some, right? But there's still an opportunity for France now still to defend, as Greece will have to cover a bit of ground to make it up towards them. I think if Germany had a few more players up towards that northern side, and they were focusing down in the direction of where France is situated, there could have been quite a bit of a play. But in the meanwhile, look at this, though. It is going to be the players there all the way from Croatia now, as they start to push on in, rushing towards that more southern approach. I think they are going to settle for the cliffs, and that could also be a very golden position for them.
Yeah, Croatia looking really, really good here. No one's on that side. I mean, it's pretty much dominated by Belarus, right? But still, like you said, that cliff is there. Looks like Croatia might just stop short of that. We will see, but also Moldova looking to run on to Belarus here, potentially, and that could be a huge, huge fight coming in. Poland's already here.
Uh-oh. Oh, Germany gets eliminated as well. It is absolute carnage and chaos all over the place. It's going to be Belarus now, trying to see if they can maybe find a bit of a vulnerability in the side here of Poland. But the smokes are going to go a long, long way for them. Ked, Duku, and their teammates all just keeping it nice and steady. Ramzik now turning their focus over towards the players there from Moldova. So a very contentious region that we see developing here. And I mean, somebody's going to jump, right? Something has to break, has to cave at some point. And a lot of these ridges now being in play.
Moldova have the high ground again. How have they managed to do this every single time? Today, Moldova able to keep that solid position, get the good position, keep it, hold it down, and do what they wanted from it. They're really, really good at this today. And we should see a bit more. Oh, bold move here. Sending one out. Trying to get a really long off angle. I don't know how at what point you stop being bold and start being kind of stupid, but we'll see what happens there. Koa out in the middle of it all. And Poland kind of falling back a little bit. Georgia gonna push straight in, as they should, honestly. Or maybe they shouldn't. Maybe they shouldn't, Georgia. Oh, dear me. Dear,
Yeah,
oh dear, here
Duka
comes
said-
Stepro.
Duka just said, no, not gonna work for me.
Kick?
But this is the Russian absolute swarm. It is everything and everyone. Moldova, it's Georgia, it was Poland in the mix there as well. And looking at what we have with regards to these points, I mean, Georgia doing a great job, but Moldova just going above and beyond as they've already hit the double digits a little while ago. Now going for a full dozen. Let's see if Putin can get their hands on that sweet, sweet prize. Just a matter of time. Beautiful hits, though. Getting dealt over from here. It's from Stepro as they do find the hit. They're not out of the woods just yet. Right, Lost has not stepped it up. But there we have it. It is going to be the side of Georgia to go out next. But an insane, insane attempt on their end. Moldova now got to patch themselves up, right? They got that full dozen going. But it's not over yet.
And throughout this whole thing, that teeny tiny little shack is like, what did I do? Why me? Why are we all here? I didn't send an invite. Kind of crazy that it's all over on that one shack. But yeah, Moldova, keep it clean, full reset, and 12 eliminations. I mean, it almost is like too much, right? It's like, how do you win off the back of this? Is this going to be such a steamroll where they get nearly all the other eliminations? Or is this one of those times where you get so many eliminations in the early game that you don't know how to slow down in the late game and you end up going out?
I mean, if they get 6 more points, Moldova now, they'll be sitting on 90 points just based on the eliminations from this game.
Jeez.
Right, that's disregarding the placement points that would accompany that potentially, maybe, because we're right in that territory right now with 7 teams remaining. So let's see, maybe France could look to oppose them. Maybe it could be Greece. Maybe it could be Belarus looking to play the upset here. It could essentially be anyone at this point. But I think realistically it could also be the side of Montenegro. Right? Because Montenegro, they've already got that winner chicken dinner earlier today. But that was over on Miramar and not on Erangel. So, yeah, it is definitely the side of Moldova showing insane dominance when it comes to the map of Erangel itself. Croatia, though, as I said earlier, they are one of those teams that need points, right? So they're positioning towards that far southern side, it makes sense. They're trying to play for the late game.
Late game is where it's at. The late game is what wins you the game in general. I mean, Moldova just going from one team to the other. I don't know where they've been this whole time. But Greece now falling victim to them one by one. Aura trying to get this res up onto a Corazon. Kick on the off angle. Putin with those nades a little bit far. But Moldova need to watch out just a little bit. There's somebody up behind them inside of zone, and the rest of them are outside of zone. And I know you want to get rid of Greece here, but you got to start thinking of your future as well, right? Got to start thinking they do send one back up to help their teammates. So there's that at least. I believe that's Belarus up onto that hillside. So they are playing this well, but they gotta just be careful not to overextend too much.
And of course, it is going to be not only Putin, but that blue zone that is going to be eating away at their HP bars here for Greece as they now quickly try and patch themselves up, but I don't see them making it out of that in one piece. As, yeah, I think that was Greece done. Yeah, they still have the one player left, so...
Yep.
Oh, look at that, though. Moldova now just flying into the side of Belarus, but Tuban Ramzik just says, no, nice try, though, but it's not going to work. As Moldova is on to 13 eliminations, Greece gets eliminated, and the blue zone just keeps racking up those eliminations.
It does indeed, and this is kind of where I was talking about. They're just a little bit too confident. They don't know where to stop. I mean, watch me. As soon as I say that, does take down another one with the vehicle of all things. So he is turning it around, but did they have to lose another player? I don't know that they did. Maybe a little bit more strategic play would have saved some players, but so far so good. I mean, at this point, there's so many points on the board. Who cares, really? They're doing it well enough, and those nades definitely gonna be doing some sort of damage here.
Yeah, some good reach on the Moldovan side, but now it's going to be up to Belarus to see, can they pick themselves back up and get out of here as the zone has shifted slightly more towards the western side. France also moving in from the north, but not within sight of these engagements that we have here. Moldova, yeah, they're not going to wait around. They're not going to risk it. Instead, they focus and prioritize their positioning. But this opens up the opportunity for teams like Spain, France, and of course, the side there of Montenegro to reach on in and put a stop to that play that we have coming through from Moldova.
I mean, this is the thing as well, right? Is that the zone has moved away from that big fight over onto the eastern side. Oh my goodness me, watch me goes down. Really nice shots coming in from Robs and crew there. France picking up another elimination as we head over into our top 5. Narvalo goes down. That is unfortunate. Spain still here somehow. Montenegro somehow still here as well. Should be able to get this res, hopefully. But if not, they're still up as 3. It's not bad. Tree taking fire. Crazy trying to do something here, but France trying to move in, and this is where we have officially a field zone. It's going to be very, very difficult for any of these teams to really move effectively now.
Yeah, there's a lot of fielding that needs to come in here right now. As they need to try and pick Narvalo back up, get them back into the swing of things, but the shot's continuing to make its connection as Robs. Oh,
he tried to hold on.
Right there. I mean, good reach all the way from Belarus. And
yeah.
Again, right, Angles doesn't really care too much for smokes. You can just send it straight through that. Robs, though, unfortunately, not out of the fight just yet. Croatia, they've got 2 points on board, but they are going to need a whole lot more than 2. As they now can start to count on those placement points. But that's not the only thing that they need to focus on, right? They need to see if they can maybe find a bit of a overpowering angle to try and play over on towards Belarus. You can see the utility is definitely looking to go the distance. And that was Bubby, I assume it was, trying to see how far exactly they can throw it. And Toba on the other side, patiently waiting. But Croatia, they've got a good setup here, right? Hopefully I hope for their part at least that maybe Belarus plays into their position, or Belarus could wrap around and kind of get the jump on them.
Oh, well, there you go. Tuba doing what he needs to do. Croatia, I will say they've been playing a pretty good game. Low on the points, but good on the strategy, right? They need to make sure that they can keep their players alive first, and Belarus starting to pick up some of that momentum that Montenegro, or rather that Moldova had. They're starting to pick that up, use those vehicles, run around, but I think they're actually going to just use this as an excuse to either get into zone, outmaneuver Croatia. Yeah, I think that's kind of where we're going here, and Croatia want none of it. They're moving as well, so both of these teams going, yeah, okay, we need to disengage, we need to move on. Belarus, though, a lot of circling going on with this team.
But what I like from Belarus is the fact that they're moving up in pairs. So it's not a solo rushing and not the full squad. They're trying to cover as much ground and be as effective with their rotation here. As you can see, a lot of that lurking now just hanging in the wing. In the meanwhile, up towards the north, we did see Spain and France, as well as Montenegro, get themselves pretty well situated. So it's just down to this eastern side, right? We've got 5 teams left. 2 of them are going to try and duke it out. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Robs looking to send it all the way into the side of Montenegro. Opens up a bit of an opportunity. Rogo instantly denying them any of that accessibility. Up comes Laza trying to see, is there maybe a bit of a chance, bit of hope? We got to watch out for Spain though.
Oh,
the vehicles.
Robs.
Rob just flying on in as France looks to go for a clutch. Oh, but Robs, I don't know if Robs is going to be able to pick up Tree and the rest of the team.
Hard to say. I feel like he kind of just full sent it, went for it, and that's where he's going to be now. He might try something, but it's hard to say what you should do here. I mean, what do you do? Nope. Tree goes down. Eno goes down. I think he kind of just stay there. He has to now. They've been cleaned up. They've been picked apart. Belarus likely the team to win this just because the rest of these teams are kind of split up in the field on their own. So Belarus are the highly likely players to win here. Croatia could do something, but the way Belarus are playing, I doubt it. So we'll see. We'll see. But for France, I feel like they just need to lay low. They are going to lay low. The rest of these teams are going to lay low. And just wait to see what happens. Wait for an opportunity.
I think that Spain could definitely still have quite a bit of an impact on the success here for Belarus, right? Especially looking at where they're situated. Belarus now going for a bit of a wider spread, and I think this makes them a slightly bit more vulnerable to getting picked off. As you can see, 5 milliseconds looking for an angle here. This is, I think, potential start here now for Spain as they follow through. Blank gets those hits in. Yes, they are a duo, but that is going to be, well, an unfortunate end as the vehicle goes boom, and I had so high hopes for the performance of Spain. Now, France, though, relying solely on what Robs is going to be bringing to the table here. And, yeah, Belarus, their numbers definitely going to be counting in their favor.
Yeah, the momentum, the numbers, the vehicles, looking pretty good for the side of Belarus. Although, they seem to have less vehicles than they did. Oh, maybe not. Perhaps not. Still looking good. Croatia up, full squad still, or up as 3. Fairly good health, good position, but they still need to get in zone. It looks like Belarus are going to be going for that weaker side, right? That's the side that they can use. Spain was just taken out there, so there should be loot. There's only a solo to the north side. This is a good decision from Belarus.
Yeah, not a bad call. I think this is probably one of the best performances that we've seen come through from the side of Belarus in all 7 matches that we've watched. But here we go. The utilities now also getting sent out. Robs decided, you know what? I'm not going out. I'm not going down without a fight. Like, I'm going to stay here. This compound is mine. This zone is mine. You can try and take it from me, but you won't succeed. And let's see whether or not Belarus will have their hand at it as the push is there. Technique now. Yeah, getting that wrap. Yeah, okay. So I don't think Rob's accounted for P90 coming into play here. Yeah, maybe Max. I don't know. But if it's yeah, I wouldn't have guessed for P90. But now, down to the final 3 we go, right? Croatia, Montenegro. I like the play though from Croatia. They were up on the high ground, and while the teams were fighting down below, they used it to sneak on in and kind of get in behind everybody.
Yeah, I really like this from them as well. I mean, both Belarus and Croatia played a very good game. They made the right decision for them. But now it just comes down to who has the best position now, right? Belarus, 8 eliminations. 4 and 4 for Tubba and Melwin, actually. The rest of them are just really support players at this point. But they've got those vehicles. They're able to move around. They can't move around too much, though, because Croatia really kind of have this whole area down on lock, especially if they can get to those upper levels of those buildings. Belarus now with that nade elimination. There we go. Ramzik getting his first elim. But I mean, Croatia losing 1. So it's now just a 4v2v1, which I kind of feel like we know how this is going to go. The zone goes to that east. It goes towards Belarus here, Montenegro, Rogo, he's done lots of stuff for his team today. He's got their only 2 eliminations. He could do a little bit more if he finds an opportunity. That's what he's looking for. Nice nade. That is a long-range nade to get the knock, and immediate follow-up there with more. Oh, and that's Rogo with the nade. He saw his opportunity. He took it, but he goes out before he can finish it. Oh, that is a shame for him. But GG's, Belarus going to keep their player alive. I mean, not really. They're probably going to have to let him go, but he's good for information. And it's a 1v4 at this point, 1v3. So at what point do you go, yeah, you know what? We can't really get you. That's what they're going to say here. We can't get you up. Ramzik's just going to have to bleed out here. So that probably does mean a point for... Yeah, it means a point for him. Or no, it doesn't. It doesn't mean a point because he's still alive when the game ends. Belarus gonna take it as a full squad. The final game of Erangel. GG's.
You know what's crazy? In this one match, Belarus, essentially, I think they doubled their points, right? If not more than doubled their points. We'll see. We'll see in a short moment as we are going to be hopping straight into the point situation. And of course, here it is. Yes, 12 eliminations plus 10 points equals 22. And they came into this match with 22 points.
Wow.
So in one game, they went, well, thank you very much. We'll take it. And well, I think they are quite comfortably sitting within the safe zone, right? At least for the time being. Unfortunately for Belarus, they still have another match to go. So this is looking pretty great for them. However, for the side of Croatia, yes, they made it into that late stage of the game, but they only secured 2 eliminations. And as I said, they need a little bit more than 2. So let's see. We'll eventually get to see exactly what that situation is. But in the meanwhile, I mean, Belarus, let's give them a round of applause. Look at this Tuba coming through with 1,000 damage, 5 eliminations. And of course, Melbourne also then coming through with 711 damage dealt.
Crazy work coming in there. Big effort coming in on the side of Belarus. And what's awesome is they still have one more game to play, right? They are not in Group B. They're in Group C. They get to play one more game. So not only would have this been enough for them if this was their last game, they now get to actually build on this win as well in the next game. So really good job from Belarus to really make sure that they solidify their chance of going to tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course, no surprise with us ending out in the open fields that we see such a high usage of those throwables coming in yet again. 170 of them being deployed throughout this match. So pretty insane plays. Again, longest distance hit, actually not too bad, right? 373 meters, almost on the edge of render on the mobile devices. So a pretty impressive play. Nonetheless, the heals have gone up, though. We're all the way up onto 5, nearly 6k health being recovered in this match. So some pretty impressive stuff. And of course, those airdrops, they just went exactly where they needed to go. And that was pretty evident with the P90s being in play. So I think it helps if you're trying to rush and you get a beautiful serving of some heavy hitting weapons. Speaking about heavy hitters, right here we get to see all of that. Moldova coming through with 13 eliminations, just behind Belarus with those 22 total points.
I mean, yeah, we saw Belarus in that last end of the game. They won the game, but we cannot forget about Moldova. A phenomenal performance coming in from them. Insane work. Like, Moldova just keeps coming in again and again and again, and they are one of those teams that are done for the day. So honestly, I feel like they can really be proud of that performance. France as well in the same boat, also Group B. Not going to be playing our 6th match here. But 10 points, a really good game as well. In the finals, I'd love to see them be able to kind of get to that top 3 more strongly than they have. But so far, they're really putting those points up. They're making sure they're available for those finals. They're good to go on that front.
Yeah, I mean, Moldova getting those 15 points is just rude almost, right?
Yeah.
They had 72. They were in the lead. Now they're just making sure that everybody knows it. But you know, you can't really fault them for doing what they did. It was pretty amazing to see. But looking at the rest of the teams on the leaderboard here, Georgia rather, they weren't necessarily in much need of points, but they got points on board. Croatia, they needed it. They got 8. We'll see whether or not that is going to be enough. to secure them within that top 16. And of course, looking at Poland and Spain, they were at least within the top 13. Adding a few additional points has never hurt anybody. So we'll find out pretty soon just how that is going to serve them. And of course, the Netherlands adding a little bit more to their tally. I like the ramp up in the overall performance here from the Netherlands, right? Yes, sure, only 3 points. All of that came through as a result of those eliminations, but I want to see that carry over into the last match here of the day. And of course, speaking about last matches, this was the last matchup for Moldova as they finished strong, and a very comparative performance between both them and Belarus.
Yeah, very, very close indeed. And it's really interesting to kind of watch those two teams play, because it was Moldova in the first half, and then Belarus took them out and kind of took up the banner and went and charged forward with all of Moldova's energy and momentum coming through there. So, yeah, it does make a lot of sense that they are very, very similar on paper. These are two teams that performed almost identically to each other in terms of that aggression, and it paid off for them both. I mean, yeah, sure, Moldova probably didn't need to do any of that, but it's more fun. It's fun to do that. They're leading. They're able to kind of kick back, relax, and just have fun with it. And if 13 elims is what happens when you have fun with it, oh my goodness me, you're a good team.
Yeah, no, imagine when they get serious, right? It gets crazy. Speaking about crazy, here we are. 87 points, so unnecessary, but so well deserved, and of course appreciated as well. Moldova going to town with 87 points total. Romania still in exactly the same position we saw them last, 71 points. Montenegro also just strengthening that overall third place that they've got. Same can be said here for Georgia. We saw them sitting on 64, also still in 4th place. France, they've moved all the way up into 5th. But then we look towards Belarus, though, going from 19th position all the way to 8th, right? So they've jumped 11 slots in one single match. That is a phenomenal leap up the leaderboard by them.
It absolutely is, my goodness me. But Poland and Serbia, they are tied right now, both on 41 points. Poland, even with that early loss in the beginning of the last game, they were able to come back, do a little bit more, put themselves firmly in the top, the first half of the leaderboard here. But when we move over to the second half, I really want to see what those points are doing, because that is going to be the big show for this last game, right? We're looking at top 16 going through to tomorrow. How is that going to really shape up? The points are so close. 3 teams at 38 points there.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy, right? This is what it's all come down to. It is all boiled down to the final match. One last match. That is what that's going to be the deciding factor. And I mean, anything can still change, right? The Netherlands can decide on the last match, you know what? We love the desert. We're going to go get some sand in our skewers. And they are going to go absolutely crazy, just locking in eliminations left, right, and center. And we could see them secure a position well up into that top 16. So, as I said before, it's not over until it's over. We'll only know by the very last match. And that also, I think, speaks quite a bit to the capability of these teams. It's not clear cut, right? All these countries are just like in each other's hair the whole time, and it makes for some pretty dang exciting PUBG action. Of course, as we mentioned, the sand and the desert, that is where we are going to be heading towards next. So on that cue, enjoy a few of the highlights, and we'll see you guys back in a short few moments. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the final match of group stage. It is all boiled down to this last match. We've seen chickens from all over the place. We've seen Moldova get a chicken. We've seen Montenegro get a chicken. We had Albania. We had Georgia. We had Belarus get the last one. But who's going to get the final chicken, right? And not only the final chicken, who's going to get into the top 16? We took a look at those overall standings just before the break, and it is looking pretty tough. I mean, it's literally going to come down to the wire on this one, Nev.
It really is. There's so many ties so close to where these teams need to be. That top 16, I mean, yeah, we could talk all day about the top 8, I think, but the real storyline is going to be that top 16, that 8th to 16th place. Because it is so close, there's like 42 to 36 points. It's super close across the board. A few of those teams could come in from the bottom side as well, I believe. Who is it in 19th place? The Netherlands with 19 points. Very easily, if they get one good game in here, they could very easily get themselves into that top 16. So really, it is all to play for here.
Yeah, I mean, anything from 20th to, I would go as far as to say even 10th place, right? Those 10 slots. So all the way from Poland down to where the Netherlands are, it can change. It can all change in this last match. So whichever team decides they want it the most, it's up for grabs, right? It's definitely there, and it's all going to come down to how these teams look to execute and play this last final stretch. Of course, it is going to be Group A and Group C. Group B, they are done for the day. So Croatia, France, Georgia, Lithuania, Moldova, Poland, and Wales, they're done, right? They did all they can, and now they got to sit back and hope, keep their fingers crossed that they've done enough to still stay in the top 16 if that was where they were. But now, there's going to be that opportunity for Albania to try and make a bit of a difference here, as well as Azerbaijan, Czech, Hungary, Latvia, Portugal, and Serbia. But the interesting thing that I'm looking at, of course, from the Group A teams is there's only 2 of them that are situated outside the top 16. That's Albania and Portugal. Right? The other 2 are in Group B, which is, or Group C rather, which is Greece and the Netherlands. So I think we're going to be in for quite a bit of a fight here, right? Yeah. Because they're going to be duking it out, looking to see who will make it in. Because I mean, I said Croatia needs to put in up a few more points to get to top 16, but also secure their spot. They are in the top 16. They are the gatekeepers, but there's not a big gap between them and the teams hot on their heels. So if they are blessed and something miraculous happens, great. But realistically, I think they might be in for a bit of a stressful match, even though they're not even playing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that is the name of the game, though, isn't it? Stress because you're not playing the last match, because no matter what, there's always going to be somebody who comes in with a 24-point win and just clears everybody, and that just means everybody gets to go one place down, and that is a really scary thought. So time will tell. We're going to be waiting on pins and needles just a little bit here while we get into our final match of the day over on Miramar. I mean, looking at the top 16, I'm looking at Croatia, I'm looking at Albania. I mean, honestly, 17th to 20th automatically I'm looking at, but also Croatia, Germany, Hungary as well. All those teams really need to step up and make sure that they secure and keep their top 16. Latvia and Spain, I mean, they're tied with Hungary at 38 points. What are you going to do? Albania in 17th has 30. So it's a very small gap there between 12th and 17th. So you're really going to have to make sure that you do all you can and really have a good game. If you go out early now, you might as well say game over.
Yeah, I mean, there's realistically just one team on that second page that is absolutely powerless now. And that's Croatia. Yeah. Right? They're the only one from Group B that's on the second page. And so 17th to 20th, it's open to them, right? Albania, Greece, Portugal, Netherlands. They're all here. They're all ready to play, ready to rumble and score some points along the way. So, yeah, that's why I said, like, for Croatia, it's going to be probably the most stressful match that they are not playing. So it's all going to come down to the wire. And we'll find out pretty soon what exactly is going to be in store for them, as we are, of course, getting ourselves ready to make our way into our final match of the group stage. I can hear that humming, that droning of the engines. They are starting. Not quite sure if everybody has boarded the plane, but I can hear the engines. So it means that pretty soon we'll see the plane once it comes overhead, and we can figure out exactly where it is going to go. But before we hop into that, where would you want the flight path to go?
Straight down the middle, north to south.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's find out.
What about you?
We'll see. Yes, that's where I wanted to go.
I wasn't far off.
I mean,
I got north to south.
Yeah, but not straight line though.
It's not straight line, but it's.
I mean, the
it's
line
not bad.
is straight, but it's not a horizontal line. It's fine. It's there. It's going from the north to the east, right? Heading from La Cobreria straight up into Impala. So a decent spread. Slightly different from the previous Miramar that we've had here today. So I'm pretty sure the teams are going to be somewhat satisfied with where they could reach and how they're going to get themselves situated. But now comes that question that you've asked multiple times. Are we going to look at a hot drop? Will we have some hot and sweatiness coming through right off of the plane?
I mean, you might be able to see a little bit coming through here, maybe from those top teams that are like, yeah, well, you're just having a little bit of fun. Maybe you could see something like that come through, or maybe the small gaps in between each of these teams is kind of making them a little bit more nervous. Maybe you won't see that so much. I don't know. It really could go either way. At the moment, there are a lot of teams that seem to be quite close together, which seems to signify a hot drop. But we've seen them be close together before when they jump out of the plane and then spread out and go their own separate ways. So we'll have to see.
I mean, technically, they're all pretty close together when they're all in the plane. And again, the plane doing some fancy moves there. It goes head first, and then it's like, woo, look at me go, right? As it does a quick, that's like a what? Whatever, it does a shifty movie thingy, whatever, thingamabob. But in the meanwhile, very centered up zone. So quite kind with regards to our players here. But now looking at what we have with regards to the drop locations, I see Hungary and the Netherlands, as well as a little bit of Serbia, right here in towards the lovely Picado.
Oh, it's the Netherlands versus Serbia. The Netherlands playing a dangerous game here. This is one of the teams that needs to breach the top 16, and here they are, hot dropping Picado. This is a bold move.
Very bold move, but maybe it pays off for them. Maybe it doesn't. So the pressure's on. Netherlands, I mean, they stepped it up in the previous match. Maybe they're going to look to replicate that effort.
Possibly. I like that Serbia immediately pushed forward, immediately putting the Netherlands over on the back foot and also avoiding that red building stagnation that often comes into play on Picado. We'll see what happens here, but for now, the Netherlands have the casino area. They got a 1-3 or kind of a 2-1-1 split going on. Not sure really what the play is here. Picado is a really hard city to really actually play correctly because there's lots of different options, and at the same time none of them are really all that good, so very, very difficult to play Picado here. So we'll just see what they've got in store.
I mean, I think that the best way to sum it up is it's always a bit of a gamble. Yeah. Especially looking at where the Netherlands are situated. Right up in that casino. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Czech Republic also now having a little bit of a loot sesh over into Los Leones. Of course, they are accompanied by Greece moving there alongside them as well. So, are they going to bump heads? Probably not, because Los Leones is rather large. So there's a lot of opportunities for everybody to have their loot and make it out successfully. In the meantime, it is going to be gameplays now. Coming up with those gameplays, looking to see if there is an opportunity to stick it here to the side of Serbia, looking for those points. Netherlands, a good read on the angles.
Very good read on the angles, and this is where, Patron is coming in, trying to back up his team. 4v3 at the moment, with the off angle for Serbia behind them. Interesting place to actually come to a head I mean, it makes sense. But still, that nade is cooked very well. Nope, he's going to overcook it and cancel it. Yeah, I don't know who wins this. I don't like this hot drop by these teams specifically, like, at all. I don't think the Netherlands should be here. I don't know why they're here. Dangerous game to be playing. But since they're here, we might as well watch it. You know, Koa with the Uzi. Could do something. That's a window. Gameplays. Okay.
I was waiting for you to say it's a wall, because then it would have made the whole thing work. But in the meanwhile, Netherlands, though, I think still in a position to maybe change things up here. I mean, Serbia not full sending it quite just yet, and a quick response coming through here from Smokey, popping out with the UMP. You can see a little bit of hips there. But oh, they got the hip fire. Oh, locks it in. Off goes the shotty. A little bit of that bing bang boom, and there is the heads now. Serbia holding on to a two-piece. Melas and Biscay now going to try and see if they can maybe pull this one. Are they going to be able to clutch it out? The smokes now get deployed. A quick little bit of a reload on that 686, but Netherlands really sticking it to them. And I mean, I love this response.
Yeah, I will say both these teams have pulled it back. Netherlands do get Shadow, so Shadow's going to go on out there. And actually Serbia are pushing back. They're actually not going as aggro, which makes sense, right? When you lose two like that, Koa's going to try and get revived, but now that creates a vacuum that the Netherlands need to be careful of. Yes, they want to start pushing when Serbia leaves, but you got to be careful. Why are they pushing back? Is it so they can get you into a better position that suits them better? Things you got to think about. So for now, Koa's just going to be rezzed on up. They're probably going to get that reset. Maybe not if Patron has anything to say about it. Let's see what their plan is here, but Biscay is over by a vehicle. He's not really got a fantastic angle, to be honest. Just holding off a little bit. Smokey goes down. That's unfortunate here. Gameplay's gonna retaliate in kind, but that leaves Biscay open to be moving on in, trying to get that knock onto Gameplays. Is gonna get knocked himself. 1 HP on Gameplays, and Koa's left alive. This is disastrous for Serbia.
Yeah, I mean, but what a good defensive angle this is from well, not defensive, actually, it's super defensive, right? As Netherlands look to get quite aggressive as they go on the offensive, trying to catch up. I mean, you got to commend Serbia for the way that they got Koa back into the fight. A beautiful bit of a bait and switch that they used to kind of rotate around, just lulling the fight for a quick brief moment there, trying to see if they can get it. But now it's going to come down to Rambo. I hope that headband is put on tightly. Pull that knot and see whether or not the Netherlands are going to be able to get the clutch in here. Unfortunately for Koa, the answer is going to be no, as Serbia serves it up, or gets served up rather, as the Netherlands get themselves the 4 points on board. I mean, that puts them on a very comfortable 23 points. 2 points behind Portugal currently.
I mean, yes it does, but they're only a duo now. And DK, that scares me a little bit. We're still in stage 1. No one else has gone out yet. No one has even lost a player. And you're telling me the Netherlands have to go forward into a Miramar game with only 2 left? Yeah, that's scary. That is scary to me.
Yeah, well, as scary as it might be, it's not going to get as scary as it will be now. As that zone shifts on up, it goes straight up into San Martin. And it's time for carnage. It is going to get absolutely cookie crazy right here, because where are all these teams going to look to get themselves crammed into? There's not going to be enough space, and already, as you can see, Spain is going to be finding themselves in a bit of a difficult situation here as Hungary reaches over the rooftops, starts to poke and prod at their side, finding quite a bit of a weakness. They do pick up that elimination, but are they going to be able to secure even more?
It's possible. Hungary been stepping up a little bit by bit. We started seeing a little bit coming in from them, which probably means it's a shame there's only 2 days of the qualifiers, right? I mean, currently, yes, they are in. But by how much? By 5 points. That's not much. So they really do need to step up just one more time, just for this game. Make sure they stay in. And then we might see a very different Hungary in day number 3. At the moment, they're just going to hold on to Hacienda, a really good spot. I mean, it's a good compound. It's hard to breach. It's in the middle of zone currently. If they can just hold it together, then they are looking at a very good game on their hands.
Yeah, they definitely could. But there's also quite a few factors at play here. So let's see how this one plays out. Eliseo getting ready for a little bit of a something as they start to move on up. Albania, of course, one of those teams alongside Greece that are going to be trying to secure themselves a slot up towards that top 16. Now, Greece getting caught out in the blue. Not quite the most ideal spot to be in at this point of the match. But they are going toe-to-toe here with Montenegro. Ooh, we got to watch out. Montenegro, they have nothing to lose as they send it up. And that is Greece now. Losing their first player. They've got 3 more in the bank, but is it going to be enough as Montenegro starts to take aim, and Greece needs to be super careful right here.
Time will tell, but Greece not looking as strong as they were a moment ago. Greece, one of those teams that really do need these points. They're currently just, what, 5 points away. Just 5 points. That's not that hard to get if they can play it correctly. 5 points is not the end of the world, but they're getting chased down here in the blue. And somebody definitely doesn't want them to get any points whatsoever here. Montenegro looking for this other point. Trying to make 1 into 2. But 1,000 meters from zone, this is an interesting spot. I mean, at this... Whoa! Crazy! Hang on a second here. And Crazy's gonna go down. He's gonna die here. They're gonna lose one, but again, Montenegro, they don't need the points. They're having fun.
No.
They're just chilling.
They've got 65 points. They're in 3rd place coming into this match, right?
They're chilling.
They can walk very casually from the one side of the map to the other side of the map without a care in the world, right? They are as safe as you probably can be at this point. But you can't say the same for Greece, right? Netherlands, yep, they are going to go out right then and there.
4
They
points.
do go out with 4 points, so that's 23. Not quite enough. So we turn our focus over to Greece, as well as Portugal and Albania, right? So Portugal out in the blue as well. Greece sharing that position with them. And so Albania, essentially the only one of the 3 teams that we're watching here that has made it out into the safe area, right? As we can see them on the edge of San Martin. Germany now feeling a little bit of the heat there as Azerbaijan goes popping off, poking and prodding. Keystone again, looking to bring in a little bit of that magic as they do secure that first elimination for the team. Latvia, or rather the players from... Yeah, it is Latvia. There we go. I had the right name. Latvia over towards that southern side. Romania moving in behind them. Belarus also in the mix.
DK?
Oh.
There's 2 more teams out into the middle of zone. There's Portugal coming in, and also Montenegro. Both of them way out in the blue zone, coming into the south side. Might be interesting for Romania, because Romania is not going to really think that anybody's going to come in at this stage, right? Zone 3, that far out. They're going to get a little too more comfortable than they should, because Portugal's running right up behind them.
I mean, that's if Portugal makes it out of the blue, right? Because out of those 2 teams, Montenegro, as I said, they can hop out of the vehicles and walk to zone, and they'll still be pretty dang safe on those overall rankings, right? Greece and Portugal, they don't have that luxury. They are going to have to find some way, somehow, to get themselves properly and securely situated in towards this next phase. Now is going to be that testament to see whether or not Romania are going to look to defend that southern angle that they have. Is overlaid now, gets presented with a few silver platter opportunities here. Players rolling on ahead of them. But as we know, Romania also not necessarily in a position where they really need to focus too much on points. They can just have a little bit of fun, right? 71 points. How many more do you need?
Very
you've
true.
already pretty much secure your position. Portugal still pretty alarming, as we can see them continuously out in that blue. They've not decided to commit to a zonal rotation just yet. Greece, same spot, right? They just in the north. So, talk about tempting fate. And yep, Greece, they lose a player there, as we did see that knock finding its way in. Belarus looking to get a little bit more happening. Oh, sorry, that was Azerbaijan. Just capitalizing on a few vulnerable players.
Yeah, as they should, you know. Just gonna be picking up a couple of points here, there, and everywhere. Greece looking very, very, very low there. Hate Most is gonna go on down. Keystone gonna pick that one up. Really long range shots coming through there, though. My goodness, mate. So that's just gonna be Aura left alone, ready to go, or not ready to go. Just gonna patch himself on up, get some ammo, get some stuff, get some loot. He's outside his zone, to be fair, but that entire north side is fairly open. He should be able to do something here as Portugal lose 2. DK, you were talking about them. They need these points. They need to be able to get into the top 16, and if Romania have anything to say about it, no, they won't.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally down to Portugal and Greece, who've been riding this blue for a very long time. Obviously, Albania, also still one of those teams, but they're safe for now, right? They are safe for now. They're there. They're keeping their spot locked in, as we can see. They're not doing much. They're trying to become one with the terrain. And that's a decent strategy, I would say, right? Good read on the rotation. They're making sure that they are securely situated. Now, Greece, unfortunately, is going to make their way out of here, as they will get stopped right then and there. Going out of here with 1 point puts them on 29. Also, not enough to get into the top 16. Portugal, yeah, they've made it out of the blue, approaching zone, and they've now gone for a full wraparound all the way towards the very northern positioning of the zone. But so, if they want to qualify based on the current points, they will need at least 9. Currently, they have none. So, there's still a long, good way for them to go.
There is indeed, but really good play coming in there, because that's really the only open part of the zone that was available to them. So a nice little wraparound coming in from them for sure. Also looking over to Albania, right? This is another team that need the points. 17th place at the moment, 3 points behind Croatia. So they're right behind Hungary there. It's a little bit cramped on that side of zone, but they just have come off of a win. No, they didn't. That was Belarus. Never mind. But still, a win from yesterday. We've seen them do it. You know, they've had a really good game in the last few games. So we shall see if they can just muster up a few more points here. But Croatia really on tenterhooks now, because 2 of those teams that threatened them have gone out. 2 remain. But the problem for them is Albania is the most dangerous one, and they are still in it with gusto. So that's going to be potentially a problem for them. We'll see, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty stressful session. Just waiting to see how it is all going to unravel here. Portugal, of course, they've gone for a slightly more calculated approach this time around. Yes, it did cost them 2 players, but they've at least now gone for that northern positioning. But they're going to have to rotate up in towards zone, and we see Germany ahead of them. So there might be quite a bit of a hurdle if they do commit to that rotation a little bit too early on. Meanwhile, things are really starting to get a little bit more tough here. As you can see, Romania getting ready for their showdown, and they are now fighting up in center zone alongside Spain for control of the zone, as the low MS is getting hit, overlaid, and the rest of the team doing a lot of that hard work. But I love what Czech is doing here. They're using the opportunity to start riding on through as they push up. Up comes Portugal. Wondu really close now to the central positioning.
Czech.
Let's see if they can hold it. Yeah, Faria has been taken down. Ooh, and that leaves only Wandu to defend Portugal.
That's really rough for Portugal. Meanwhile, Spain getting picked apart here. A team just inside the top 16. They need whatever points they can get. They do get one against Montenegro. Can they get a second? Oh, got surprised there in that little room. Probably should be able to get this one, though. There we go. Gets it in the end. That's going to be 3 points going over to Spain. Spain with 38 points. One of those teams with those tied points up. Oh, he just naded himself. Gonna try and avoid that. Montenegro do go out here, but again, they don't need the points. They're good to go. They're safely into tomorrow's games. This is about Romania. Well, not really. It's not even about Czech. They're just having fun here. It's about Spain. All eyes on Spain right now. They're down to 2. They've got 3 points. They are in the top 16. They just need a few more, I feel like, just to make sure that they are really safe.
Just to break the tie with Latvia and Hungary.
Exactly.
Right, that's essentially what I would say this whole play is for. Romania, they're out here having a bit of fun, and you can't fault them for doing that. I would say the same even for Czech.
Yeah,
right?
100%.
Coming in with 45 points. They are now 1 point up, and we are getting really close to placement point territory. You could even extend that as far as, I would say, to Latvia, right? Latvia, I don't really see them getting relegated at all, right? The teams that were posing any potential threats, a large majority of them have already been, well, sent away. So it's essentially just down to 2. Portugal, and of course then the players coming through from the side of Albania. It's literally just those 2 teams. Right, it's also the only 2 teams that can really make Croatia start to sweat quite a bit at this point. So far, nothing really has happened. Neither of those teams have any points on board. Portugal, they've got 1 player left. Albania, they have to rotate up now, but they're going to have to push towards Hungary. Hungary, they wouldn't mind a few additional points because that would help them also get out of that tiebreaker that we were talking about that they have with Spain and Latvia. So yeah, there's a lot up for grabs here. I mean, Germany, I think whatever additional points they get, if they get anything more than 4 points, they could definitely get a little bit of a leapfrog jump ahead of Latvia, Spain, and Hungary. But it's not going to matter because the only thing is you need to be in the top 16. How you get into the top 16, just get there. Just get into the top 16.
Spain.
Ooh.
Out. 3 points. So, that puts them... Okay, that puts them at 41. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, in a tie with Poland and Serbia.
Hey, it's a step up. Tie with
I mean, Serbia got 2 points. Serbia got 2 points, so Serbia's out of the tie with Poland. Right?
Okay.
So they now essentially just tied with Poland. Great play on that end. So we go from the 1 tie to another tie, so they're all tied up. I guess that works. Romania now feeling a little bit of those utilities coming through from the side here of Czech. And Czech, quick responses. They send it out. Seems like that utility is flying forever as it goes up, and not quite all the way.
Oh, that's a good... Oh, no, it bounced. Oh, that would have been a perfect nade if that hadn't have bounced. Interesting what we're seeing coming through here, though. Somebody on Belarus just went down. And I was gonna say, you know, Albania, they are a team that either had to go up into Azerbaijan, go into Hungary, or go down to Belarus. But it looks like they're choosing Hungary as the lesser of 3 evils over there. Trying to make their way forward. We'll see how that goes for them. Germany, another player falls on the side of Germany. Just down to a knock. Not quite yet that flush, but you never know. But, I mean, at this point, Romania versus Czech, this is not a fight that is super meaningful in terms of the leaderboard. It's just a bit of fun. They're going to have a little bit of fun with this, use their nades, do all of that sort of stuff. They want to win. They want to win if they can. But really, I mean, again, where on earth is Portugal? They're just out there on the north side. Major stuff going on.
Portugal
they're
is
in the middle of
smack
zone.
in
Oh,
the
they're
center.
smack down in the
Yeah.
middle. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Germany is the one
Wandu
who just went out.
Yeah. And we're down to 8, right? So still, no change for Portugal. No change for...
Albania, 1 point.
Ooh, there we go. All right, Albania need a few more. They've got placement points as well, so it's a minimum of 2.
Yep.
Ooh, nice plays, though.
Well
nice
played.
plays. Yeah. Romania up to 8.
Ha!
They're pulling a Moldova, right?
They
Moldova
are.
didn't need points and they got more. Romania doesn't need points and they got more as well. I mean, Azerbaijan also adding to the tally, right? Going just closer and closer. I think it almost seems like they're trying to get as close as they can to a potential top 4, top 3. Well, definitely top 4, I would say, because they've already overtaken France just in this past match. But it's all down to what is going to happen with Elisio in their team, and also what is going to happen with Wandu, who we see situated up there in center zone. Things not looking too great though for Elisio, trying to move out because the rest of the team got taken down. Elisio is out of here. That's it. Oh, but placement points, right?
But
so they got 2 points.
7.
Oh, they needed 3.
They needed 3.
Yeah,
they got 2
to tie with Croatia. So Croatia, I think now just not quite out of the woods, right?
Yeah.
If Portugal gets 7 points, Croatia is fine. If they get 8 points, they might still be fine. I don't quite know. It comes down to tiebreakers, but of course, yeah. It's this. Literally Portugal, if they I don't see Portugal getting 2nd place, right? So if they get 3rd place or anything before that, Croatia is fine.
Okay. But this is where I feel like Portugal needs to not throw a single smoke or any nades or anything, because the thing with these solos is they love to throw smokes at their shacks if they think that people could see them. I'm like, why? Because if they couldn't see you now, they do. They couldn't see you then, they sure do now. And nobody's looking at you, so just shush. And it's particularly true here because he's down in that dip. Azerbaijan and Hungary going head-to-head over here. Latvia is behind him as well, but they're looking over the top. They're not looking down there. They're looking across at this fight going on. So he just needs to be very, very, very quiet if he wants those points.
Yeah, and I mean, so essentially the fight that we're looking at here between Latvia and Hungary, this is just to decide who's going to be sat in which position, right? Because they were tied coming in here. Azerbaijan, they playing for fun. Romania, same. Playing also for, well, fun, aka bragging rights. Look and see how many points they can score. Portugal, playing to see if they can make it all the way to the very, very end of this match. I mean, if Portugal makes it, well, even, no. Because Portugal needs 8 points, as I said, right?
Yes.
And 2nd place is with 6. So it doesn't matter where Portugal ends. If Portugal doesn't get a single elimination, there's no chance.
That makes
but
it
those
hard.
nades, though.
Those nades were perfect. Oh my goodness. I don't know how somebody didn't go down there. But now, Hacienda's starting to be pulled out here. Hungary starting to be pushed out by the zone. Latvia coming in to sweep in. Sweep them up. Azerbaijan. I mean, where do you go from here? Azerbaijan in the middle of the field, basically, at this point. Very, very open to the other side of zone. Hardman's going to go on down. Cyrex is going to get toppled instead. That's going to be Hungary taken out very, very quickly there. Really good job from them, though. That's the points that they wanted. Azerbaijan now top of the leaderboard with 10 points for them. Romania somehow still here. Still in it. Oh, maybe not so much. EXO going on down there, taken out very quickly. Ooh. Portugal eliminated 3rd place, but 0 points on the board. That's 4 total, half of what they needed. Latvia is up next. P90 in the hand of Elvis, but Keystone, not going to be doing it. Not going to be doing it at all, and it's a 1v2.
As Elvis now left to defend the building, but that B90 could come in clutch. Oh, not quite. As it is, of course, Azerbaijan to take the final dub, the final victory, the final winner chicken dinner. And what a hard job it was, right? Quite a bit of work has gone into getting that victory secured.
So much work. My goodness me. I thought Elvis had this, to be honest. I really thought he did, but just the last shot not coming through. And Azerbaijan doing a fantastic job coming into this. They really kept the pressure on all points. Made sure no one could come over to them. 22 points on that leaderboard. Again, this is not a team that needed the points, but it's the team that got the points and got them really well. So they can be very happy, very confident going into tomorrow's finals.
I mean, right, so this might have been a good play for Azerbaijan to get really close to the top 3. Who knows? Only time will tell once we get to those overall standings, because don't necessarily trust the caster math. It is a thing.
Yeah, don't.
But yeah, don't count on it just yet. Hardman surprisingly only 1 elimination this time around, but Keystone being that cornerstone yet again. All the squad coming through with the 5 eliminations and hitting 800 plus damage. So a very valiant effort coming through here. And Azerbaijan, again, I would say they were just flexing a little bit, right? Just trying to make a bit of an impact. It's like, you know, oh, look how good we are. And they did a great job. I believe them. I really do. I mean, I believe a lot of the teams, a lot of the countries looking at the amount of points that they've been able to secure so far. But the big question, which we'll get to, is, of course, who made it and by how much?
Yeah.
Have they done enough? Because this has been a pretty tight match. And, of course, as you can see, there's been a lot of utility usage. 3 drops have been looted. And a lot of carnage all across the board. I think it'd be a cool one to see like what the total damage was that was dealt, right?
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be like, because if the total health is like 8.5k, I'd say probably the total damage would be somewhere in the vicinity of really high.
Yeah, I would agree. I would totally agree with that sentiment, to be honest. What do you do if you're Croatia right now? Like, I think they've done enough. I think they've just about managed to stay in. But what a way to spend the last half hour just teetering on the edge of top 16, wondering if you get to play tomorrow, and watching all those teams, like the ones furthest from you, fall very quickly, but the ones you needed to fall quickly not doing it at all.
Yeah. I mean, I think the worst thing is you got to look at these points and the amount of points that these teams were able to secure, right? So I would imagine that Croatia, the players were sitting there with their fingers crossed, right? Their arms crossed, their fingers crossed, their feet crossed, everything crossed, right? Yeah. And I think your hands hurt so much at this point, more than it would hurt when you were just playing a super sweaty set, right? Like, you were caught in all these tough circles. I think your hands will hurt even more than that. But looking at the points that we have here, I mean, realistically, a few teams, as we said earlier, needed the points, and a few other teams just needed points to break a few ties, right? So Latvia and Hungary, we had them in a tie with Spain, all sitting on 38 points. Latvia doubled the amount of points that Hungary was able to get in this match. Belarus also just adding a few additional points on, because why not, right? You might as well go out in style, and style they did, now pushing their total points all the way up on towards 50. So I can tell you it's going to be quite exciting looking at that final leaderboard to see where these teams are situated. The Netherlands, they also made a valiant effort trying to secure enough points, the same as Portugal, because they were trying to push for that top 16. Albania, they were 3 points out of the top 16. They got 2. So by the simple math, that also doesn't quite make the cut. Greece, looking at them as well, they won 28. They needed 5. They got 1. Unfortunately, the math wasn't in their favor. But fortunately, we're not going to have to do too much math, because we look at pretty graphics, right? Here we go. Azerbaijan versus Latvia, and very comparative performances here, right? 2300 versus 2200, but the elimination count differs ever so slightly. 12 versus 8.
Yeah, it does. I mean, both of these teams didn't really need the points. Both of these teams played very large games, but also very quiet games at the same time, right? Latvia, we didn't see much from Latvia. We saw a lot from Azerbaijan, but, like, not so much from Latvia. And maybe it shows a little bit, but not by much. Latvia with those 8 points as well. Some really, really good stuff coming in from them. And again, it's because they can relax. They can relax, they can have fun with it, and they can just do what they need to do.
Yeah, they can just roll with whatever they want to do. But it's all going to boil down to the final overall standings that we are going to be looking at, right? That is going to be the big deciding factor, the reveal all, the tell all as to who we'll be seeing stepping onto the stage tomorrow for our top 16, right? I would love to make predictions, but there's just too many things to try and count, and my calculator broke 17 years ago. But so we'll find out exactly who those are, as of course we're just making sure that everything is as accurate as we can get it. As you can hear, all the keyboards going crazy, right? They're just like checking all the numbers and figures and making sure it all adds up to where it should. But I gotta commend the teams, those who've not made it up into the top 16, those countries we don't know quite who they are just yet, but we want to commend all our participating countries here for the efforts that they've brought in, and of course we want to thank them all for the amazing gameplay that they've been a part of here, right? A lot of crazy, insane action, some beautiful strategies that we've witnessed. Some of them worked out phenomenally, others not quite. But hey, you know, as long as they had fun, I guess that's all that counts, at least for now, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, looking forward to seeing what that play will be. I gotta ask you though, which one was your best turnaround play that you've seen? Is there anyone in particular, or what would you say?
Let me think here. Let me think. I mean, oh, it's hard. It's actually really hard because there's so many of them that did a really, really good job coming in here. Okay, you know what? I kind of want to say Germany in the last game yesterday, coming from nearly last place to not last place at all with 1 win, I think was super cool of them. We didn't see too much of them today, but that 1 win just made sure that they could just coast today and relax. So it was a really good job.
Okay, all right. So based on that, I am probably gonna go with I would give it to Albania in that the first Sanhok that we had today. Right, that winner chicken dinner that they got there.
Yes.
Elisio and team moving in. Elisio with a vehicle finish. Whap! Ending the game right there.
Yeah.
I think that was a
cool.
very stylish way to end the match, and yeah, gotta commend them for that. Of course, we are just waiting on the final points, the final results to know exactly who made it where. And of course, looking at the insanity that we have in chat, all the flags just flooding in.
So many.
Latvia just having unrelenting support coming through here for them. I mean, they got that winner chicken dinner in game 1, day 1.
Yep.
And their fans and their supporters are just going absolutely crazy. Azerbaijan also getting a nice little bit of support that we can see coming in there as well. So yeah, if you've not shouted out your country just yet, show them a little bit of love in the chat, right? It is a spam fest with flags, but hey, right?
Maybe
that's
some
what we're here for.
Too. You know, a little bit of love in the chat. There we go.
Yeah, send them all out. Let's see who can get the most going while we wait for that. But yeah, so far, very exciting 2 days. I think tomorrow we're going to be in for quite a bit of a ride, right? Because, I mean, a lot of the teams I feel here, they were trying to figure out what the pacing is and how to assess the opposing teams moving into tomorrow. That is where we are going to be seeing a slightly different ball game being played by a lot of our squads that we've had, right? The teams that I think ended on the lower end of that top 16, they're going to surprise us. Yeah. Right? Tomorrow, they're going to ramp it up. And I think what's also going to be quite interesting about that is tomorrow, we're dropping a Sanhok and we're picking up another Erangel, right? So there's going to be 3 Erangels being played, 1 Sanhok and 2 Miramars, right?
Goodness.
So there'll be a lot of opportunities for upsets to be had. And I think specifically looking at the amount of Erangels that we'll have, there's going to be no shortage of action. Because as we said yesterday, it's the bread and butter of PUBG.
True.
So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I'm super looking forward to it because if this is how the players play, the teams play, just trying to get in the top 16, what are they going to be like tomorrow? I'm scared now. I'm very scared, you know, because this has been some cool gameplay we've seen here. I'm looking forward to seeing a whole lot more from them. So, yeah, I'm very excited. I want to see what they've got in store for us tomorrow. I think we kind of got a fairly good idea about which teams are really going to be going through. We just got to get those last few numbers digitalized inside and all sorts. That didn't make sense. Shut up. It's fine. It's okay. We're just going to ignore it and move on. But yeah, flags in chat. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, we got a Serbian one in there as well. Some really cool stuff. Latvia. We got Romania in here as well. I mean, Azerbaijan. All these teams, they're already going through. Wait! Somebody said Wales! Where have you been this whole time? You're too late now.
But they literally said Wales. There we go. Yeah. We didn't see the flag, but we did see the name.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. I was like, what are you on about? Yeah.
Yeah, no, they said Wales, and I'm like, yes, they literally said the word Wales.
They actually said the word Wales. 2 people said Wales. Where have you been this entire time? We needed you in chat this whole time because, they needed your support, but that's okay. GG's
But
Wales.
so one thing that we can say with almost utmost certainty is that I know of at least, I'd say 5 or 6 teams that are guaranteed. Right, obviously there's 16 to choose from, but so Moldova, insane. They've had an absolute run going through. I would say today. Yesterday they played a pretty good game. Right, they got that winner chicken dinner yesterday. Today they got another winner chicken dinner, and so they are pretty much tied with Romania with the amount of chickens that both these countries have been able to get. But both of them just going absolutely crazy. I think there's something to do with the blue, the yellow and the red, right? I think that kind of just sparks a level of performance, right? I don't know.
Sure.
Like, I don't know. We'll just go with that. But also we got to give I think also to the performance that we've seen come through from the side of Montenegro, right? They had a good run here today as well. They've been performing quite well, as you can see over on towards the overall standings. Georgia also clutching it up with their own chicken here today as well. I mean, a lot of teams, a lot of countries stepping up to the plate, showcasing some phenomenal talent.
Yep.
But now it's just for us to see exactly who is going to go where. So we are just waiting for confirmation. Hence our lovely tales that we are telling. All, of course, accurate. 100% accurate. I'm just saying. I don't know if it really is, but we'll go with it.
100%.
Because it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
But actually, countries that I've been pretty surprised to see the way that they've been playing, right, is I would add Greece to the mix, right? Because also it's the first time that we've seen Greece actually participating in the European qualifiers, right? The regional qualifiers for Europe. Another one that we also had was the Netherlands, right? Strong play on their end. I like what they were doing, especially looking at these last 2 games here today, right? They were really trying to push that envelope, trying to see what they can get in. Then we had Latvia, Lithuania, also seeing them here for the first time. So I would say a pretty good performance that we've had on that end. I've already spoken about Greece. Wales, as I've said before, I appreciate the idea, right? You can see some of the tactics that they were trying. It's just unfortunate that we couldn't see them pull it off.
Yeah, it is
but I'm sure we'll get to see it eventually.
We will.
We'll get to see it eventually. Yeah.
At some point. I honestly want to say that all of these players, all these teams have played so well. And so well together, considering many of these players are not in their regular teams, right? They're gathered together to actually represent their country. This is not normal team play here. and they've all done so well. This has been a very even fight across the board. Sure, you have a few teams with more experience, whatever. You have a few teams that are dominating, whatever. But everybody else is super on board with each other. They're very evenly done. They're doing a really good job, and they have, they've kept each other on their toes for the last however many games it's been, 12.
Yeah. I mean, the competition's been tough.
It has.
Right, it's not been easy. So
no, not at all.
Yeah, I think the finals are going to be pretty surprising to see just exactly how these teams are going to look to respond. And I mean, we've seen this multiple times before, right? The performance that teams bring in the group stage versus the performance they bring once they've qualified, vastly different, right? So I think there's going to be a lot to look forward to, and a lot of support is going to come through in the chat as well. I mean, it's been going pretty crazy, so a great opportunity indeed. Totally. Are we just waiting for confirmation? Yeah, all we need is we need to see the stats, we need to see the things. Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
We've just heard that we are gonna see who made it in.
Drum roll.
Yeah. And
hey! Here we go, Croatia! Stayed in by the skin of their teeth, somehow made it top 16. GG's. They will be going, not home, they will be going to the finals tomorrow. Along with everybody else. But we all know and love these countries. We all know and love these teams. We've seen them. They've been at the top of the leaderboard the entire time, basically.
Yeah, and so in no particular order, as you can see on screen here, it's Moldova, Romania, Azerbaijan, Montenegro, Georgia, Latvia, France, Belarus, Czech Republic, Hungary, Lithuania, Serbia, Poland, Spain, Germany, and Croatia. So congratulations to all the teams who made it. And of course, we applaud the teams that almost did. Right? They came really close. It was all literally down to that final last minute. So absolutely amazing group session that we had here with the teams fighting for the honor to make it into that grand final, which is of course going to be happening tomorrow. But I mean, it was a very suspenseful final match that we had to work through.
Really was. I mean, what a lobby, man. What a lobby that brought us to the edge of our seats in the last game alone, and Croatia can sleep peacefully now. Big sigh of relief coming over from them. Germany as well, Spain, Poland, Serbia, Lithuania, Hungary. All those teams were in some sort of trouble coming into that last game or the last couple of games, and they pulled through. They were the ones to do what was needed to get on top. France as well, a rough day one for them, but came back fighting in day two. Means they're going to finals as well. So lots of big stuff going up. Georgia as well. We got to shout out Georgia and Belarus actually, because both of those teams were in danger at one point, as well as Georgia have been playing. They still were in trouble, and so they really came through and came into that top 5 even. So big GG's going their way.
Yeah, and I mean, Azerbaijan placed higher than what we saw them qualify for in the previous year. Belarus also doing a really great job in this. Croatia, they've made it through yet again. Czech Republic also with another qualifying round. Same can be said here for France. We've got the same happening for Georgia as well. Germany also in the mix yet again. As we move a little bit further down, quickly just trying to do a little bit of mix and match here. Hungary also, we did see them in the previous season. I don't think they made it into the qualifiers, or they made it into the qualifiers, but I'm not quite sure they made it into the finals. But this time around, a much more improved positioning. Last time it was all the way, they made it up into 20th. This time, here we see them very securely situated within that top 16. Lithuania, as we've mentioned already before, first time here, right? Moldova, again, return contenders. Montenegro, we can say the same about them as well. Poland, same. We have them up in the mix. Romania also, same qualifying section there for them as well. Serbia made it in, so Spain also then right up in the mix. So a lot of the teams that we saw in the previous season, or in the previous year, back in 2024, they've made it into the finals for this year as well. So it does show that there is quite a bit of that consistency coming through. And yeah, a few of the newcomers also doing some really good work here, and we absolutely love it, right? Just shows you how competitive things are.
Yeah, it really, really does. It's a really nice show. And EU, so much potential, so much talent in EU, country by country. Some really, really good work coming in here. I mean, also, we gotta say big GG's to the guys who didn't make it into the top 16, right? They fought really, really hard. That's why it was so close, because everybody gave each other a run for their money. So even if it didn't work out in that last match, they still did enough to be within that distance, right? So we've had tournaments where the points are nowhere near even top 16, and they've done a really good job. So GG's, they can go home proud that they did a good job nonetheless. Honestly, I feel like most of these teams, I generally have no notes for them, right? If I was to go and kind of give feedback or something, I'd be like, nah, you're doing a really, really good job. It's just going to take time for you to improve with each other, etc. So honestly, really, really good show for EU.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing Pudding in the chat as well, spamming the Moldova.
Speaking of chat,
right there.
Speaking of chat, I'm just gonna call out Tree right now because he's also spamming. He's spamming the Czech flag in the chat as a player of the French team. I'm just, you know, we love bros supporting bros and countries supporting countries. It's great. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Do that with that information what you will, but Tree, I'm watching you.
There we go. We've heard it right then and there. Of course, just gotta check. Are we gonna take a look at the official points, or where are we moving towards next? As I know we are confirming the points, looking to see, make sure that everything is properly tallied up and that everything is exactly the way it should be. I mean, as we mentioned, it was a pretty close call for a few of these countries. It literally came down to this last match. So yeah, to show you just how close it was, let's move into those overall standings to get a better idea of where everybody finished up and with how many points. Of course, here we have it. Moldova, they didn't lock in any additional points because they already had enough, and also, well, they weren't playing in the last match, but hey, it is what it is. Romania adding to the overall tally, finishing 3 points behind them. Azerbaijan moving all the way from 6th place up into that 3rd place. Montenegro, as a result, getting moved 1 position down into 4th. Georgia, also, as a result, down into 5th place. Latvia, though, going from the tie with Spain and Hungary on 38 points all the way up into 6th place. France making a nice bit of a play there, adding a few additional moves on, not necessarily points, but they made it into 7th. That's where they ended up. Belarus, no change with the overall positioning. They, of course, went all the way up to 50. Czech Republic, all the way into that 9th position. Hungary, making a nice little bit of a leap from 14th up into 10th place. Lithuania going all the way from 9th to 11th. Well, also because they didn't play in the last game. So that is our page number 1st. And now comes the big reveal, all the last page. And here we have it. Greece and Portugal were tied. 29 points apiece. Albania 1 point away from catching Croatia. Literally 1 point. And of course, as we know, winner chicken dinners count in your favor.
Yeah, I was just about to say. Yep.
Right. So Albania 1 point away. So ridiculously close. Yep. But hey, there we have it. Serbia also going all the way from 11th to 12th place. So not a big shift on their end. Poland going from 10th to 13th. And Spain, well, they're there. right? They went from 13th place to 14th. We did see them try and secure a few additional points. Not that they really needed it. Of course, it was just to try and break a few of those ties. But they went from the one tie into another tie, being tied with 2 other countries, now being tied with Poland. So, very exciting stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, some really, really good stuff coming in here. Yeah, this has been real fun. This has been a lot of fun. Croatia, I cannot believe how closely they came to elimination here, because you are right, Albania with that win, if they had tied, would have won the tie going into 16th place there, but Croatia comes out on top. They are able to come in and sneak in, so GG's there. But yeah, a lot of ties still, very, very close. Greece and Portugal, Poland and Spain, France and Latvia, I think, also on a tie up on the first page. So a lot of very evenly matched teams, as we've been saying before. So yeah, really, really excited to see what tomorrow brings.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been talking about ties, and now we can, tie a nice little bow around it all, wrap it up, get it ready, because tomorrow is going to be the finals, right?
Yeah.
Our top 16 teams are going to fight their way through the final 6 matches. So that's it. 6 games.
Done.
1 Sanhok, 2 Miramars, and 3 Erangels. That is what we're going to have to work with tomorrow. Not in that particular order, but yes, those are the map. So it's going to be a quick 1, 2, 3, 6 games to see who will make it through, right? So there's quite a bit on the line here, and excited to see how these teams are going to change up the performances for tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, on that bombshell, we are going to be sending it out of here. We're going to pack it up and ship it out. We'll see you all back again tomorrow for the final day, the last little bit of action, and even more insane PUBG mobile action. Until then, my name's DK, this is Neptura, and we'll see you back again later. Bye for now.